Good morning. Closey all the windows. So we have space to do all the things we want to do. Let me check audio because we're not using the virtual audio cable because it works and then it doesn't work. I have to basically restart my computer every single time or restart the whole device every single time. So maybe I should do a reinstall of the virtual audio cable at some point, but that day is not today. Let's test the speakers. Cool, we're good. Right. So we have the reduced background noise on and everything. Thank you for the bot viewers. Really appreciate it. Who is it? X? Yeah, X gives me the bot viewers. Thanks, X. Let's get I know it's not an ideal time, but this actually, a lot of explaining prep for a paid video. Time is money, bruh. Okay. Well, I'm glad that I have you here, Theo. Um, um, I'll hopefully give you your money's worth. So what we're doing today is I previously 6 months ago sat and spoke shit for a while and diagrammed. Sorry, there's fur on my camera. Diagrammed 3 concepts or 3 videos, short videos, about 10 minutes each. And yeah, I haven't looked at those diagrams since. I haven't watched that stream back. I don't think anyone has because it's like on 80 views or something. But the point is, it's done. And now what I'm doing this time is going to redo it to see how consistent I am in diagramming an idea. So I'm going to re-diagram those videos and see whether I get anything, what's the same and what's different. Because if my diagram changes so much from one iteration to the next, like to the point where they're unrecognizable, they don't do what they're supposed to do, what is the point? Hey, Matt, what's up? What are you doing awake? What time zone you in? Sounds good. Get it going. Yes, sir, Theo. Okay, so the first video, so we got 3 videos, 3 topics. So let me actually bring up Xmind for you so you guys can see what Xmind do. Okay, thank you for that. There we go. So the first one we have is debate tactics, which is from Big Think. So we have a link there. Stupid scroll. Fuck's sake, bro. Okay, hello. There we go. So yeah, video 1, debate tactics. Then video 2 is postmodernism by Ahmed Skeptic. And video 3, which I was so tempted to start now, is Martin Bailey by V, because obviously V is my favorite. But I think let's leave the favorite till later. And let's go in order. Let's do the same. We're being scientific here. We have to go in the same order as we did before. Maybe I did it wrong, but maybe I did it in a different order because of chat or something previously. But I'm not going back to that stream to check. So let's do the first one, debate tactics by Big Think. I'm normally a night person, haven't been up that long. It's one. Yeah, that's pretty late, but not too late. It's not like 3 a.m. Like 3 a.m., then I'd start being like, you need to go to sleep, man. Just dropping to say hello. Hi, have a great stream. Thanks, BMO. Have a good day. I promise not to derail this time. I derail it by myself. Like Theo's really trying. Like even when chat tries to keep me on track, I'm like, squirrel. So let's get into what's the usual. Yeah. Okay. Let us we stop sharing this one and go into the videos. And I will share that. Open debate tactics. Okay. Share, present this video. Train for any argument with Harvard's former debate tactic trainer, man, dude. Let's do that. Let's go OBS diagramming. I don't know what diagramming 3 is. It's enable preview so I can see. I don't know. That's worse. It's just, I mean, more in the way versus less in the way. Okay, I think this was for previous stuff. So let's bring up Xmind here. This is the joy of live, doing things live. You have to endure my commentary on little things that I'm doing. Okay, consistency test. There we go. Cool. So we have our diagram here, our Xmind visible, and let's see what you guys are seeing. Okay, all good. Maybe you can be a little window for us. Yeah, that works. And then I can put you here. Oh, jeez, it always messes itself up with window capture. Good Lord. Look, it's showing you my StreamYard. Very nice. Thanks so much. That's not what you guys need to see. It says consistency test. Thank you. Stick with it, for fuck's sake. Anyway. Now I have to go and put you away. Okay. I think we're good. Window capture, worst capture, yeah. Okay. Sweet. I think we're good. Let's see. You guys can hear this?
They're stuck. It's people.
Okay. So let's listen to the intro. I don't think I diagrammed it, but that's part of what we're testing consistency for. So let's listen.
Our public conversations are in a state of crisis. They're stuck. It's people fully convinced of their views, shouting at each other from a distance.
Yeah, that's the internet, actually. Public and internet. So look, yeah, people doing this in public. People are like, oh, you won't argue like this if you were face to face. Well, it seems like some people will. Look at this clip.
One of the reasons why we find it so difficult is, I believe, because the skills of good argument have been atrophying for some time. We know.
Skills of good arguments have been atrophying for some time. I don't think I diagrammed this at all, so it's cool. Let's just listen.
No longer view argument as something to be worked at. Rather, we see it as something we jump into out of instinct or defensiveness. The bad arguments that result decrease our confidence in what disagreements can do for us.
Ooh, now that's starting to ring like I did diagram that. I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm gonna act like it's fresh. Hey, it's the bear. Good to see you. It's been a little while.
So the quality of the conversation further degrades. I think we need to restore confidence and faith in what disagreements can be, and to highlight its potential as a source for good, as well as a source for ill.
My
name is Bo So. I'm a two-time world debate champion, a former coach of the Australian and Harvard debate teams, and I am the author of Good Arguments.
Maybe I should read that book, which is probably what I said last time. Good Arguments. The author of Good Arguments. Oh, damn it. I don't have my book. Okay, I've got my little notebook here. I wanted to bring... So now my notebook is for ideas as we go along, right? Things that we need to add to the channel and whatever. But I thought I should actually have my diary to schedule in the stuff. But right now, all we have is the little notebook, which the consistency test is only occurring because I wrote that down. So what good arguments... Like, do a book review on Good Arguments by Bo So. Let's see. Or actually go and read. Hey, Zax. Good evening. Should be sleeping, but thanks for saying hello. And liking the video.
For me, my love of debate is inextricably tied to a life that I've led of always moving countries.
Okay, this is not... I'm sure I didn't diagram this. Yeah, this is about him. I'm diagramming the concepts. I want his framework, this framework to be put in. So, but anyway, we'll just react.
I had to move from South Korea to Australia as an 8-year-old without really speaking English.
Okay, cool.
And I quickly found the hardest part of crossing language lines, of cultural lines, was disagreements.
The hardest part of humanity is disagreements, I'd say. I'm not arguing with him. I wouldn't try. But yeah, the hardest part of it is disagreements. Like it's all great when we're all aligned, but disagreement, that's when shit hits the fan. That's when people die.
Where people tend to be more disruptive, to interrupt, to speed up and slow down.
Oh yeah, that's one thing that I remember because of looking into how you should behave in Japan versus how you should behave in Western countries. I suppose in certain Asian countries, disagreement is not supposed to be argument and yelling at each other.
In response to all that, I resolved to be very agreeable in the way in which I presented at school and to keep my thoughts to myself. The thing that changed that was I joined the debate team off the strength of one promise, which was that in debate, when one person speaks, no one else does.
Oh yes, that's what's lovely about debate. I guess I might have done like an intro bit here where I've just put like intro about the guy. So what is his name? Bosio. Intro Bosio. So maybe this is what I did. But I just feel like I would like to, we're diagramming a video, so I suppose I have to put this in. Intro Bosio. In debate, breakdown of disagreements, well, of quality arguments in society. And then we have in debates, informal debates, you can't be interrupted. Okay, so you get your own, you get your time. Fun fact, Canada and Australia teamed up to save South Korea. Then we took like 70 years off. And just didn't care anymore.
And to someone who had been interrupted and spun out of conversation, that sounded to me like a kind of salvation.
Lucy with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, guys. I wish I had my alerts working properly, but I'll do a dance for you. Cat. I'm a kitty cat, and I meow, 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 meow. There's your alert. I don't know who's going to get those memberships, but yeah, I have a membership post coming of me cooking. I cooked it. I don't know whether that's probably not why anyone followed me, but it's the more kitty side that nobody else gets to see. And you might even, now this is just me considering it, but you might even see a picture of me as a kid. So there's that, but you'll only see it. Everybody else, they don't get it. So members only post of me as a little Lee. And it's very controversial because it's not me with a cat. Anyway. Hiya, Lucy. Don't threaten me. No, literally, it's me at like 8.
If intelligence is the ability to respond to any argument,
if intelligence is the ability, sorry.
That sounded to me like a kind of salvation. If intelligence is the ability to respond to any argument, wisdom lies in knowing which arguments to respond to and which parts of an argument to respond to.
Okay. Did I do intelligence versus wisdom? Let's go. Okay, if I didn't diagram these parts of the video, shame on me. Maybe I was trying to get through them quickly. But I'm putting this because it's the whole video. Are you diagramming this guy? Yes, I'm diagramming him. Who's let the cats out? Meow, 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 meow. So I'm going to do that because there are points in here. There's background knowledge, or it's like a video essay. But I think the main thing that I will focus on when I compare diagrams is how I diagrammed his main concept, like the way that he approaches debates. But this over here, intelligence versus wisdom, let's actually use the chapter that they have in the video. And remember, this was 6 months ago. So I've actually practiced a little bit more. So wisdom, intelligence versus wisdom. Which notice which or decide ability to identify the you guys can't see. Yeah, the to identify which parts of the argument to respond to. Okay, that's basically what he's talking about here.
Arguments are easy to start and hard to end because there are any number of differences between two people. And unless you're careful to say, we're having this disagreement at this moment and not all the other disagreements we could be having, all of the differences between two people can start flooding in.
Oh, I love that. Hey, Nobor, I'm not using the audio cable, the virtual audio cable today. The lovely poo diagram. The reason I'm not using it is because it keeps like turning off. I have to restart my computer and restart the device and whatever. So maybe just reinstalling it, or I might use Sonar, like BMO did. Let me just see, what did he say here? Streamed for 2 hours yesterday, and the company for the game I was playing claimed the video. Wow. But yeah, the lovely poo diagram. Thanks. Just got off work. Okay, so Lucy is awake because she just got off work. Okay, so yeah, what we're doing today, just go back, or you can't go back because you're on Twitch. But yeah, we are re-diagramming something I diagrammed 6 months ago. Or 3 videos I diagrammed 6 months ago to see how consistent they are. So that's what's happening. I thank you for sending that Dr. Mark video. I did watch it, and I have watched. It actually came up before you sent it to me. So yeah, we'll look into that maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I can launch up YouTube. Sorry, my stupid microphone's always in my way instead of just listening to me. Okay. Ability to identify. I'm not even going to say ability to, just identify which parts of argument to respond to. That's a good point. Then he's like, identify the disagreement you're having. Avoid all other disagreements creeping in. Okay. Is that cat earrings? Yes, they are. You noticed? Yeah, guys, check it out. I've got kitty cat earrings. I've got obviously I've got many kitty cat earrings. But these are just today's kitty cat earrings. I've got ones that are more realistic. I've got ones that are like that have little paws. So yeah. Also, I'm gonna try to start making my own, so that'll be fun. Okay, diagramming 2. There we go. Those are cool. Thank you. Aren't they cute? Yeah. Did Zach stream tonight? Zach streams most nights, really. Okay. Can start flooding in.
And the argument becomes this unruly mass where any of the potential sources of conflict can come to the fore, and you're not making
all other disagreements or other sources of conflict. And disrupting. Conflict and disrupting. I'll just say disrupting. There we go. Disrupting. I love that idea. I agree with it. It's important to figure out what you disagree on at the time. But a lot of the time, internet debate, bro, it's very much you're on that team. The tribalism comes in. And that's with all sides of the internet, all sides of debating on the internet, or just discussion on the internet. Everybody puts words in each other's mouths because we're like, this person supports this, so this is probably what they think, instead of all of us just rationally going, okay, this is what I think about this. This is what I think about this. It's very hard to keep things nailed down. And that's also, one of the things that I suppose a debate moderator needs to learn to do very well. So if I want to moderate debates, which is something I would like to do, um, what I would like to do is facilitate that this sort of stuff, this stuff over here, of identify the disagreement you're having, like just to, I would rather try and make sense of both sides, and yeah, probably my bias would eventually come out, but I would like to use these techniques actually not as a debate person, because I don't think I'm actually very good at debate. I think I would be much better as a moderator, just to try and get everybody's answers, and they can yell at them, like this. Oh, I don't think I've got it. I don't think I've got it. Yeah, I'd have to change things, but basically, I will mute your fucking asses is the joke there. Yeah, I don't have it. I need to download it for you guys. No streaming for me. Took my youngest to equine therapy. Oh, sounds weird, but it's really cool. Oh my god, Zax. Okay, so you know that you guys were okay. Wow, we're off. We're off. We're way off. So let me stop diagram. Yeah. Okay, so you know you guys were talking about biggest regret and things like that on Love It, although she didn't answer the question. But one of the things that I was actually doing, and one of the things that regret question made me think about it, was I was actually going to try to qualify as an equine therapist when I was a youngin, when I was like 20, 22 or something. I was doing my honors, and I was helping out an equine therapist. It is very, very cool. I'm so happy that you're doing that for your kid. That is so freaking cool. Equine therapy, horses are incredible. They tell you a lot about what's going on. Going to talk in here to liven up the Twitch channel. Oh, thanks, no bore. Yeah, no, that was cool. That was cool, Lucy. But actually, I ended up losing that job, and kind of giving up on that whole thing. I didn't give up completely from losing that job. I then had an accident. I've actually got thrown off a horse, and that I ended up missing my first equine course, and then yeah, I didn't pursue it. I went into publishing, and then I went into marketing. So yeah, biggest regret. Let's have a think about that at some point. I'm clearly trying to deal with that, but yes, he loves it. No, it's so cool. Do you get to watch the whole process? Because that was my job was before, is I was actually going to be part of filming the sessions that they were going to then research. So I was a research assistant. Oh, I must check if there's something like that. Still have lots of time to do it. Oh, Lucy, I really appreciate that. I actually think I need to check to see if they do that here in the UAE. I mean, they love horses here. So yeah, you got a job interview tomorrow. What time? So we know. I will pray for you. Whether you are interested in that or not, I will be doing that for you. Really good. Which is basically, I will it and hope that God wills it too for you. 1 p.m. Okay, so that would be 3 p.m. for us. So yeah. Anyway, so that's the tangent I went on. I'm so excited for Zach's having that. It's really good, especially with kids actually. And and I suppose your kid loves horses. That is also another thing. That what's interesting is that some people do equine therapy without really starting. That they start off being scared of horses. And equine assisted psychotherapy, you have. Oh, I need a diagram, stuff like that. Write down equine assisted therapy. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. Anyway, I'm very excited. It's very exciting. You have 2 practitioners. Wait, Zach, tell me. Is it the one with the 2 practitioners where you've got the one that speaks horse, basically? They look at the horse's behavior, and then the psychotherapist, who is a psychotherapist trained normally, and you go through your session, and the psychotherapist and the horse person consult to say, this is what the horses are saying. And it's not like, oh, the horses are saying this is true or not. It's the horses are picking up on certain non-verbal cues and things like that you are using. And also it's like occupational therapy. You move the horses, you make them do a certain thing. The horse that you pick out of a whole group of horses means something or tells you something about the person. What kind of therapy is your kid doing? Kid, yeah. I'm there the whole process. They've used him for their advertising. It involves grooming, cleaning, and he worked on the hooves today. Yeah. And then the ride for about an hour. Cool. They build a really cool connection. Yeah. So is it the same horse every time? It's occupational therapy. That sort of thing with a child. They have this big thing that they learn to take care of. So it doesn't even have to be equine assisted psychotherapy. It's just equine therapy. Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry that your child is now going to be in love with horses, because it's a very dangerous sport, and that doesn't have to be a sport. It's just go for a ride. That's what actually I love about horses, is that cool connection. That's all that I'm interested in. I don't want to jump them, although I did, and that's how I got broken. um, I would just like to be able to just ride, which is basically what I did. It is expensive as well. Yeah, absolutely, Lucy. After a few weeks, he stuck with a horse named Carlo. Yeah, it seems like kids they bond with one, and then like that's what I had. I had a horse named Jessie, and that was my girl. And she was tough. She was not a good girl. She was not a good horse. But yeah, that was just normal horse riding. Ain't nobody therapizing me there or taking good care of me. They let me jump off. Anyway, let's get back to our thing. I'm very passionate about. Is it a black horse? Yeah, it needs to be, with red eyes. There's only one therapist in the horse trainer, and then volunteers. Yeah, volunteers. I was one of the volunteers with one of those organizations. My only time with a horse was in the Drakensberg. And the horse I chose was apparently was a lively one, small but full of personality. Oh, well, you see, nice. You want one of those. Hello, MSK. Are you done with your League of Legends? It's actually free here, just a long waiting list. Oh, cool. I wonder. Yeah. Listen, I've stepped away from therapy for a while. He would gallop when the rest were walking and stop for water because he can. His name was Raps. Oh, I suppose Western riding, English riding. Okay, mate. The horse riding think is going to happen on Friday. The thinkers are not invited. Kitty is just going to talk about horses the whole fucking time. Okay, cool. This probably happened anyway. In the previous stream, when I diagrammed this, I probably also got distracted. But I absolutely love that distraction, and I'm really excited that Zax's child gets that experience. What a lucky kid. Really. Oh, so good. Such good dadding. My God. Okay. Back into it, guys. Let's see where we
progress on any can start flooding in. And the argument becomes this unruly mass where any of the potential sources of conflict can come to the fore, and you're not making progress on any given one. One of the frameworks that I developed in order to pick my fights
so here's the
more
framework.
wisely is called.
Okay, so framework to pick my. I'm gonna do this. Framework to pick my fight more wisely. And it is RISA framework. Okay. So that's the main thing that we need to diagram here.
Called the RISA framework. Before launching into a disagreement or challenging a claim, ask 4 things.
Okay. The RISA framework. I guess we're in it. Woo! Okay, RISA framework. So this would be like a mini diagram on its own. This is the concept. So I would take this out. So we kind of have that when we have a debate diagram, where we just have people's conversations. We try and make little mini maps of their arguments. And yeah, this is, I suppose, what I'm doing there. But because this is kind of still a video diagram, it's diagram everything. You have to kind of make some little things. I mean, that's 3 whole minutes that needed to be added in here. So, RESA framework. I'm trying to go to bed. Oh, I'm so glad. And I know that this sort of thing can actually put you to sleep, and that's fine. So try to go to sleep. I'm hoping that just listen, okay? Don't tell me what to do. Okay, so we are going to do a RESA framework. We have how many? What do you say?
Before launching into a disagreement wisely is called the RISA framework.
RISA, sorry.
Before launching into a disagreement or challenging a claim, ask 4 things.
Okay, ask 4 things, 4 questions. I think we could say here, call out. This shouldn't be locked, sir. I'm on my premium. Anyway, that's none of your concern. Insert call out. Before before launching
into a disagreement.
Okay, ask 4 questions. I got a RISA framework. Ooh. Okay. That's MSK. MSK's got that.
Disagreement or challenging a claim, ask 4 things. First, whether the disagreement is in fact real, as opposed to a
Okay, is it real? Real. So capital R there to show we are talking about reality. Is it real? As opposed not just a misunderstanding. Okay, so misunderstanding and a disagreement are not the same thing. A disagreement is, sorry about the sniff. A misunderstanding is you did not understand me, therefore you disagreed. But it's a disagreement is we understand both parts, the moving parts that are in here, and we don't agree about them. Okay, not just a disagreement. Not just a misunderstanding. Okay.
Misunderstanding. Second is to ask whether it's important enough to.
Is it important? Is it important? Daisy just messed up my typing. She said PO. Daisy would like to interrupt this program to sit on my lap. Come on. Don't show your butthole. There you go. Good girl. Okay. Cats are real and they give 0 fucks about what you're doing. Okay. Ow. Ow. Okay. Thank you, Daisy. Thank you, girl. Good girl. Okay. Right. Important. Is it important
to you to justify the disagreement? The third is to ask whether.
Is it important for you to just? So, you have to. Is it justified? Do we need to talk about this? Okay. Daisy takes so long to settle down. Oh my god. Okay, sit nicely. Okay. There she is. Just so you know, I'm not just faking the Daisy. Now the camera's just before. Okay. Whatever. I'm here. I'm still here. Okay. Is it specific enough? Okay. That's a lot of words, but let's go specific. Like, what I mean by that's a lot of words is, like, why do you have to use enough? Like, okay.
Whether the topic of disagreement is specific enough in order for you to make some progress. And the fourth.
Okay, in order to make progress. Well, a lot of the time, this is where your arguments will not happen because you've known on the internet, at least, nobody, like if we think back to the Dr. Mike debate thing, nobody passes this already. Is it real? Not just a misunderstanding? Well, you kind of a lot of the time people are like, what do you mean by anti-vax? Is it anti-vax as in you think it's autism, or anti-vax as in you think the COVID-19 vaccine was a problem? That's misunderstanding. Justified disagreement, yeah, I mean, it's a big deal. That it's a very important thing. Public health, disinformation, all of that stuff. I'm applying this framework, these questions, to the previous debate we were looking at. Needs to be specific enough to make some progress. See, that nobody, it was specific, but the people themselves don't want to make progress. So I argue on vibes alone. I argue just to win. Yeah.
Is to ask whether you and the other person engaged in the disagreement are aligned in your objectives for one.
That'll take you out. Are you aligned in your objectives? Everybody's objectives, I suppose you could say their objective is to win. But when your objective is to learn more, that's great. Then the lessons we made along the way are the wins. But anyway, are you aligned? Daisy wants this pencil. Are you aligned? Daisy, I am bad faith. Well, at least you know you actually have that warning. Do you tell the people that? Hi, I'm bad faith, or do you just let them discover it? Is that part of the fun? See meow. I mean, see, she's purring.
Wanting to partake in that conversation. Person engaged in the disagreement on progress. And the fourth is to ask whether you and the other person engaged in the disagreement are aligned in your objectives for wanting to partake in that conversation.
Do you both have the same objectives for taking part in the conversation? I think that's why formal debate, I suppose, at least it puts these in place. It's supposed to put them in place, because we're all supposed to. That's why it's like a sport, because it's all accepted. It's like this is the framework. This is the bounds in which we are debating, and yeah, I guess that's why formal debate can continue the way it does. It as like a sport. Okay, are you aligned? Cool. Now, what do we do with all these questions?
By checking off on these 4 lists, you can't guarantee that a conversation is going to go well, but you may be able to give it the best possible chance of doing so.
Okay, so you give it the best possible chance. So I'll go and put this as a summary over here and say good conversation, not guaranteed, gives best chance. Okay. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay. Then?
One of the limitations of the RISA framework that I worry about is that it is increasingly difficult to find the right kind of alignment.
So he said limitation.
In people is that it is one of the limitations of the RISA framework that I worry about is that it is increasingly difficult to find the right kind of alignment in people's interest for wanting to engage in a disagreement.
Okay, so I'll put that here. Outside of the summary, actually. No, if I'm allowed, no. No, then I'll have to put a call out here. Are you aligned? Increasingly difficult to
find the right kind of alignment in people's interest for wanting to engage in a disagreement.
Okay.
Agreement. So if you have 2 sides that simply want to hurt one another's feelings, that's some kind of alignment, but not the right kind that leads to productive conversations.
Ooh, interesting. So like aligned both sides want to hurt each other. Not conducive. He called you out. Yes, he did.
So one place where you might be able to apply the RISA framework is getting together with extended family
Are you listening, Kai? When you get together with extended family
for Thanksgiving or Christmas, and knowing that some of the personal or political disagreements are gonna bubble up to the surface. The RISA framework provides two sources of help in that situation. The first is that every disagreement.
Okay, so practicing, I think, would be practicing the RISA framework is where we're going with now. Yeah. Or they call it applying. So I'll do it. Applying the RISA framework. Okay.
Disagreement provides two sources of help in that situation. The first is that every disagreement should start with a little bit of agreement.
Okay, yep. Every disagreement should start with agreement. Okay. I agree with that. Stop! Nobor, get him. Get him. Stupid Stream Boo. Is Stream Boo? No, Stream Boo is still the same. I thought that eventually it'll start having more zeros, more O's at the end. Okay, every disagreement should start with yeah. Shing, shing. Modded. Okay, start with some agreement. That's a cool thing. Let us. So if I'm going to apply this as a moderator, that you start off the conversation. Which parts do we agree with? That's actually quite cool. Okay, it needs to. Why? Why does it start with agreement? It has to, because you need to apply. You have to agree on what you're arguing about. You have to agree with certain definitions of things. Otherwise, you're just yelling at each other and nobody's really speaking about the same thing. So whatever anyone says about anything, they're not talking about the same thing. That's why.
And that is often naming exactly what it is that you disagree about. So
okay, so name what you disagree about. Okay, so I disagree with you. We actually need to informal debate. That's what they say. They have like the formal thought or whatever claim, and then you go and you debate that. So I guess what it's doing is, okay, try and wrangle in the people and make them state their case. Here to get educated. Hey, Hypnotic. Hypnotic has moved away from gooning for a few minutes, and he's here to get edumacated, I suppose. Thanks for coming by. We are learning the RISA framework for disagreement, which I think Hypnotic, the reason actually it's good that you're here because I've watched you debate. That's actually how I met you. And one of the things is that kept happening that made you look so good in the debate is you were trying to get to this point of what do we disagree about? What do we disagree about? And the person you were debating could not exactly state it. So everything fell apart already. So if you don't know how to phrase your disagreement, it's going to look bad. But of course, that was very interesting because it was an internet debate. You see, these things still happen. So this RISA framework over here, very nice, but it's not for good content, right?
So that it doesn't bubble up into all the different areas in which you don't see eye to eye.
Okay, so yeah, it is that's already the whole reason for this don't let it bubble up. We put that over here. That's what he spoke about here. Identify the disagreement you're having. Avoid all other sources of conflict creeping in and disrupting. So yeah, if you're having an argument, probably with your mom or your wife, what's probably going to happen is they're going to bring something else up. Don't do that. Don't let them do that. Like, no, we're talking about this. Okay? This is what we're talking about. So yeah, name that what you disagree about. So let's I'll put this in a call out just to remind myself. We say avoid disagreements. What avoid other disagreements being into discussion. So I beat my girlfriend in every debate. As in, you punch her. We are going through tough times right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I was making a joke. I'm sorry. Okay, next time I'm in an argument and they bring up other shit, I'm going to straight tell them, don't do that. Yeah. When you say don't do that to a person, eventually they just won't, you know? It's totally how you work, how humans work. Excuse the sniffing, guys. Okay. Name what you disagree about. Cool.
First step is to name the disagreement in front of you. The second thing is to check, well, why do you want to engage in this disagreement? And can we come to an agreement about what it is that we're hoping to get out of this conversation?
Okay, so this is more agreement is this is again trying to get this alignment. Are you aligned? So agree on what you're getting. And at the same, this then reminds me again, if we go back to Hypno's debate, there was no agreement on what we're trying to get out of the conversation. There was misalignment on that anyway, so that's why it became such a shit show.
So forcing the slightly quarrelsome family member who just wants to be a contrarian or to cause trouble to say, are you really in this, hoping to persuade me to change my mind? That bit of negotiation of why...
Are you trying to change my mind? I want to... example, are you trying to change my mind? I'm going to put this here. See, a lot of the time with debate, what I would say, people aren't actually there to have their minds changed. They're there to prove their point. They're already sold on their idea. So a lot of the time, this is just impossible when you're arguing with someone. All of this is impossible. So I guess what somebody might say, if you go in and apply this framework and realize this you'll realize most conversations, most debates are actually not worth getting into because of the nature of the person you're talking to. Then we just wouldn't have content, would we? I suppose if everybody applied this. Change my mind, defense is up. Yeah, my favorite thing really is I would like to understand. That's as far as I can take it, because even if I really vehemently disagree with you, I still want to understand. I want to understand exactly why you think the way you do, and then if I just patently disagree and I can point to the one part that we disagree on and say, this is just because I believe this and this is just because you believe this. That's where we differ. That's probably the best you can get from a conversation where two people disagree. Is a high definition view of how we disagree, not my mind's going to change or whatever. But if my mind is going to change, I might be exposed to certain things I wasn't aware of before through your argument. So I'll probably double down and stick with my stuff, but later on I'll go, maybe some things did change. So I like that we're doing this. I need to write this down to RISA framework in the discussion that Dr. Mike had. He actually had a discussion at the end of that surrounded. He chooses somebody to debate, and the person that he spoke to actually said he's changed my mind on a couple things. So it would be interesting to see how I think it is because Riza applied, that they had the same, they actually did align on the objectives of the conversation, so they actually made progress. The rest of the people, like the redhead, no progress made. So Riza on Dr. Mark debate. And I think that's also what Dr. Mark actually basically ended up saying in his follow-up video to the debate. It's like the truth about it. It's like, well, yeah, a lot of people just didn't align with me. They didn't come to the table wanting to talk anyway. Most debates aren't worth getting into when it comes to your family and partner. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the time, it's like my husband's best point is, how long are you gonna be mad about this? Like, is this really a whole? Are we gonna? Do we get into this now? Is this really? Is this the battle we're gonna have? Like, we can go. Let's do it. But a lot of the time, I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of stupid. I think more people should eat ass. Kitty may disagree, and that's okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm happy for people to do that. It's just, it's an exit only. That's all I'll say. Okay. Understanding others' perspective should also be a goal, not just defending your position. Yeah. You will not just defending, you will want to defend your position because it's the understanding you hold. And that's also what you're going into a disagreement for, is to see how it stands up against something else. If you're genuine yourself, you want to figure out what is right. You need to expose yourself to disagreement. They are there to cause problems. They weren't there to debate or learn something. Exactly. Exit only. Absolutely. It's an exit only. That's all I'll say.
It is that we're in the conversation in the first instance. Cannot that bit of negotiation in this, hoping to persuade me to change my mind, that bit of negotiation of why it is that we're in the conversation in the first instance.
Why are we in the conversation? Oopsie. Yeah. The serious violin music is so cute. Okay. Why we're in the conversation. Okay, so we all start with agreement. Cool, cool, cool.
And often allow our conversations to go better than if we just jump into the disagreements without much forethought.
Mm-hmm.
It allows us to almost make a contract with the other side. This is what we're disagreeing about, and these are the reasons why we're engaging in that dispute.
Just more ways of wording the same thing, which I love. Okay, that's what I love about videos, is more saying something in different, more elegant words. Okay, so let's go. Sorry, I've forgotten them.
This is what
we're disagreeing about. This is what we're disagreeing about.
And these are the reasons why we're engaging in that dispute.
Yeah, these are the reasons. Hey, Davina. The reasons we're engaging. So I think, as if anybody is going to moderate a debate, they should get this part down. And the thing is, you can get this down in the beginning of your conversation, but things get heated and people lose sight, right? So they forget disagreements. They leave it behind. They do start bringing up things that aren't in the disagreement. So you basically have to, as a moderator, tap the sign and say, this is what we're disagreeing about. This is the reasons we're engaging. You've gone out of bounds. Come back in. You're off sides, whatever. So but people will try and score points anyway, because it is such a public performance. They will score points outside the disagreement. Oh, I got him kind of thing, when that's actually not part of it. So you could have an optically good debate showing, but actually you didn't engage with the topic at hand at all.
And one of the things that you can do with someone who tries to break those rules, to expand the debate into something it wasn't about, to change the topic, to introduce new reasons for wanting to engage in the dispute, is just to remind ourselves of the agreement that we made.
Yeah.
And to bring the conversation back to those parameters.
And then if somebody's not bringing it back to those parameters, so remind yourselves, remind yourself of these things. Keep these in mind. Let's say that's what he's saying. Keep this in mind. Keep steering back to this. Did we win? I'm back. No, nobody's winning or losing in this one. We all win actually, because we all figure out how to disagree with people. So far we have to make sure every disagreement should start with agreement about what you're disagreeing about. If people try to bring in other things and other cases, other points that are not part of the scope, then you have to keep saying, no, bring it back to this. And the thing is, what a lot of the time, what happens is people go, sure, but this is a relevant argument. So what I would then want to do, which is what makes me want to diagram it, is fine, we can write a note that we need to talk about the implications of this variable over here. But first, talk about this and agree with it. And then we can go and talk about your variable at a different stage. Let's talk about this over here. And we can talk about your other implication, your other thing that you've decided is relevant. We'll talk about that once we've solved this part of the equation. You're a master beta? Yes, I think you are. Okay. KSI. Are you KSI, MSK? Well,
Just as any number of the differences between two people can give rise to a disagreement.
Okay.
Just as any number of the differences between two people can give rise to a disagreement, any number of things that people say within an argument can be contested.
The success.
Exactly. Anything within, that's the thing, that's what happens. Anything that is said. So you agree. Okay. So he's got applying the visa framework. So here's this is the next chapter. Picking. Oh my gosh, MSK is the American KSI? Picking a good fight. Okay, anything said in an argument can be contested. Lies. I'm dabbing Tiger.
Cases. These are the ones in which the revolution works. Closing, I'll take you if you have something.
And a part of the wisdom one has to develop as a debater is to know which arguments to challenge and which to let go.
Which to let go. Which arguments to challenge, which to let go. Be challenged. Okay. I think that's too detailed. Whoa, 10 viewers.
Revolution at this point doesn't change that,
and will lead to a huge period of economic instability that will take
apparently
away
in their
the
world, if we're
livelihood.
to buy the
Daisy's back, guys.
There are two questions that we often ask to make that decision.
Okay.
The first is this disagreement between the two sides necessary to...
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read this so I can actually ask the question. So you ask a question here. Is this disagreement to resolve in order to make... Okay, that makes sense. That's basically what I was talking about. I was talking about something that isn't necessary. There's two of you who haven't liked the stream. You have incurred the wrath of the growling arachnid, who is the contrarian. So look out for debates from that. Okay, one. Come on, like the stream. Even if you don't, just do it. Come on. Okay, is this disagreement necessary to resolve in order to make progress in the argument? Yeah. So is this sub-disagreement part of the overarching disagreement? Fine, I'll like it. Thank you, Nobor. Mod likes count 2. Progress in the arguments.
To resolve in order to make progress in the argument. And if
so in my example that I spoke about earlier and saying you brought this up and it's relevant, maybe well, in that instance, you are able to still use this as a variable and move it about. And you could still work it out but you would have to come back to it if it's that relevant. Make me like it, kitty. Jana, I know what you like. I don't have any dipping sauce or anything like that. I just got pasta and chicken. Yeah.
It's not. Is us challenging it going to
Okay, so is this diagram going to make progress in the argument? So he says if not.
help us progress in the argument? And if it's not,
If it's not. So yes, yes, no. And then if it's not, we do this. Is us challenging it. I guess this also is a consideration for debaters, because time it's sensitive, time sensitive thing. Is us challenging it going to help us? There are other ways progress on the overall dispute. Is this necessary to revolve? Is it going? Okay, so Daisy's now attacking my wrist. Thank you, DD. Is this disagreement necessary to resolve in order to make progress in the argument? Yes. But if it isn't, is us challenging it going to help us progress on the overall dispute? Wouldn't it be yes? If it's yes, if the disagreement is necessary for us to make progress on the argument, I think that you're asking the same question. Oh, is it? Oh, is us oh, okay, this is it. So, okay, I'm understanding. Is us challenging it going to help us progress on the overall dispute? So, if I challenge it, is it going to help? Or if I challenge it, is it going to harm me? And you can see a lot of people do that when they dodge. So, I don't think that's right, but I guess that's how you win the debate, is by dodging.
is us challenging it going to help us
I mean, if
make progress on the
If your opponent doesn't realize you dodged, it's on them.
overall dispute? No matter how offensive or wrong seeming it may be, by asking whether it's first necessary to challenge, or even if it's not, whether challenging it would help us make progress on the argument.
Okay, so would it still make it? It's all about progress, I think. Over here, it's still this picking a good fight. This is all just principles shown in the Reza framework from the beginning. Okay, so
You can be a little bit more judicious in how you disagree and prevent our arguments from becoming this unruly, all-encompassing dispute.
I need to watch these things.
One of the great lessons of debate.
Okay, so pick your debates, pick your arguments. Picking a good fight, cool. So that's not a moderator point. This is I'm a debating point. This thing over here. I realized long ago that winning an argument debate doesn't mean you're right. Debate clubs, defense lawyers for lizard people. Exactly. Yeah. It seems you mean you're a master debater. Exactly, like MSK. Okay, there you go. So what do we do here? We've got weak versus strong arguments. Okay. Okay.
It is, in order to be heard, you have to first listen.
Okay. In order to be heard, you have to first listen. Yes, because that's still part of the whole framework of you need to know what you disagree about. If you don't hear what the person's saying to you, you won't be able to identify anything.
We're used to thinking about listening as an essentially passive act.
Okay, so I'll just write active listening.
We sit back in our chairs and take it all in. Debaters know that it's a much more active process than that. There are two lessons that we can take away from how debaters listen and to try and apply it in our own lives. The first is, it is in your best interest to understand the opposition's argument as
that's a lot of the time in my conversation time is spent trying to understand what the other person is saying, because maybe it's not getting through to me as quickly as it will be for someone else. So a lot of the time I'm busy asking questions about how somebody thinks about something, And they take that as challenging it, when it's like, no, I really just want to understand it so that I can hold it here and then see where I differ. That's all. But yeah, obviously if you're in a heated debate, that sort of thing just kind of goes out. All of this goes out the window. So active listening, it is in your best interest. Let's do a call out here. Very quotable. So I think his whole book's going to be very quotable. Call out. The in your best interest to understand their arguments, opponent's arguments. Okay. As they do. You should be able to, and that's what active listening is, you should be able to reiterate what their argument is. And the thing that really sucks, okay, and I hope he talks about it, is that you will do that. You will say, oh, so you mean this. And then the person, disingenuously, bad faithfully, says, no, that's not what I mean. And they jump to something else because they realize you've framed it in a way that isn't right, because it's a weak argument. So I wonder if that's what he's going into. But yeah, it is cool. It's a good framework. It is the best case scenario. So I would say, oh, so is this what you mean? And then that person says yes. And then we go from there. That's cool. But a lot of the time, somebody who's not debating properly or not, who is misaligned in the objectives of the conversation. The objective to them is just getting gotchas on certain lines. They will change according to just the vibe of the conversation. They'll do that. They won't settle. It's moving the goalposts. We've always all spoken about it. It's moving the goalposts.
They would understand. It's not in your best interest to twist their meaning or to take it at its worst or to capture only a fraction of it.
Okay. I like this. I'm actually want to put now, because he's saying this, he's elaborating on it. I want to put it in its own little block. Okay. So don't take it. So Steelman, guys, Steelman. Take it at its worst. Don't only capture one part of it. Yeah, a lot of people do that. Oh, this is actually quite interesting. It's a nice framework to point out for me, because a lot of the time I'm trying to figure out how to phrase, how to describe what somebody is doing in the argument. And it takes me a lot of words and a lot of thinking. But this is a very easy chart to look at and say, don't capture part of it. Oh, he's just capturing a part of the argument. That these are theoretical things that I suppose reading books about debate I could learn. So it would be easier for me to put my finger on them if as I came across them.
Because they won't feel as though they had been listened to and heard and ultimately responded to.
Okay, no, a lot of the time they won't feel like they're heard anyway, because they decided you're going to disagree until the end of time. So there's that, but I understand what he means. Because here this is basically the benefit. He's giving us the benefit of what happens when somebody is heard. Okay, Daisy's back, guys. You had a snack?
They won't feel as though they had been listened to and heard and ultimately responded to.
Heard and responded to. That's how you get those empty conversations all over the place. Like this, no, you didn't respond to my argument. It is a kitty, yeah. Come here, Daisy. Come. She like, if she's not going to jump on my lap by herself in the next 10 seconds. Oh, she shifted. She shifted so that her butt is, I have to sleep. I hope you win. I have already won because you were here and you said hello. Thanks, Carmen. Okay. There we go. I've just gotten her to agree to sit down here. Hopefully she will settle, Daisy. Settle, please. Here you go. She say hello. Cheaters never win. Cheaters never prosper. Okay. But they're very cute. Okay,
The second thing is, it's also in your best interest to respond to the strongest version of the other side and sometimes to build up the other side's case so that it's even better than where
Yeah, so help out the other side so that they don't get to strengthen it later on. Okay, in your best interest, as they do, in your best interest to work with the. Did he say sorry?
they have side, and sometimes it's also in your best interest to respond to the strongest version of
to respond to the strongest version. The opponent's side. Okay. I find most debates boring as they pull out predictable arguments and cook statistics. That's kind of if you just do that with a debate, that can be boring. For me, what I like doing is they do the cook statistics or the whatever. What I like doing is pointing to finding the statistic they disagree on, the specific point that they disagree on the most, the key moments in the debate. That's what makes it fun for me. A complete waste of time rehashing time-honored talking points. But some people put the talking points nicely, which is what I appreciate. She has the prettiest. Oh, she has the prettiest everything. She got the prettiest nose. Look at this little nose. Look at this little nose. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. She got a little stain on her nose. How cute. And it's in the shape of Africa, where she came from. So, best interest to respond to the strongest version of the opposing side. Cool.
Of the other side, and sometimes to build up the other side's case so that it's even better than where they have it now. After you finish speaking, the opposition might have a light bulb and come up with a better case.
Avoiding, I'm going to put that here, avoiding opposition. Very few new ideas. Yeah, and very few new ideas. That happens in a lot of debates, because that's just, we have people that have different beliefs, and what then becomes a conversation to be had is, what do we do with these differences? How do we compromise? Do we just shake hands and walk away from each other? How do we coexist? There has to be some sort of answer, right? But a lot of the time, no, it becomes just a floating variable that influences lives and policy eventually. It's humans are freaking cool, okay? They're crazy complex, and I love it.
Or someone on their side might say, you've responded to the weak version of this argument, but here's something better. So the further you can take it, and the stronger the version of the other side you can respond to, the more you challenge the other side to go even further, and the better the conversation becomes.
Okay, yeah, equals better conversation. You're avoiding that, also better conversation. Okay.
So much of debate is an exercise in certainty.
Yes.
It's about spending sometimes weeks researching your side of the case, coming up with the best possible arguments that you can to.
A lot of the time, then it's evidence. If it comes down to evidence, like it did with the surrounded guys and Dr. Mark, if you disagree on what evidence is valid, then there's not much to talk about. Then you're going to have to take it by case and talk about the evidence. But I like the way Dr. Mark in that that one case was just like, is there anything I can say? Is there any, if I gave you this proof and you were happy with the source data and everything, would that change your mind? And this person could not say that. They couldn't say it. They couldn't say yes. What's the point of your argument then?
Sell the truth of your side to the listener. But in arguments that you can to sell the truth of your side to the listener.
Okay, what just what? Get your best argument research. Best points to sell your argument to the listener. And that's the thing though, as well, let's notice here. The listener is not necessarily the opposite side, your opposition. It's actually the audience. A lot of the time it's the audience. In the audience, that's where people are going to change their minds. They're going to go, oh, I never thought about that. But they're not going to say it to their opponent in the next debate they have. They're over there quietly changing their mind. They're not going to, in that debate, change their mind. The audience is probably more easy to sway than the actual person being deer in the headlights, having to defend themselves. Hey, Sherry. Hi, lovely girl. Appeal to emotion over reason. Yeah, but that's internet.
But in the last moments before a debater goes on stage, they know to take out a new sheet of paper and to put themselves in their opponent's shoes and write the 4 best arguments for the opposing side.
4 best arguments. So just take down clean sheet of paper. Take what the opponent is giving you, I suppose is what you're saying here. Research points, sell your argument to the listener. Blank. I don't know. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not putting that part in. That's just like.
They know also to look over their case again, this time through the eyes of someone who fervently disagrees with them, to identify all of the flaws and the criticisms that could be leveled against them.
Okay, so yes, okay, he's talking about certainty. So actually it's about certainty. So let me do something here and say certainty. But then in the debate, blank paper, essentially, okay?
Debaters also know to imagine a world in which they lost the debate and to come up with the reasons why they did.
Okay. Lost. How could you lose this debate? How you may lose the debate. Why? Okay.
Those exercises, which are called the side switch exercises.
Side switch exercises. Okay. Certainty. Blank paper. Yeah. Side switch exercise. Exercise. Okay.
Puts a pause on that feeling of certainty. It makes us
Pauses certainty. I don't think people are willing to do this, and I know that I often am not. Like pausing my certainty, no, that's changing my life, my framework, all of the things that I'm chilling on, and you want me to now like change my whole perception? Ew.
us feel for a moment the subjective reasonableness of other people's beliefs. It gives us that moment where we get back on our toes and think maybe we missed something.
Okay, I do. I often go, maybe I missed something. Hey, Lemons, how you doing? Life is good. We are nerding out proper, trying to figure out whether I am diagramming the same thing consistently. I feel like I've gone into more detail in this diagram than I did the first time I diagrammed it. But we'll see. We shall see. I don't want to look at it at the original yet. Okay. So science switch exercises, pauses certainty. And maybe I missed something. Let's do, I don't know if that's that shortcut created. Maybe I missed something. Is it possible to summarize the stream so far? What we've done is we've done video 1. There's 3 videos that I'm going to live diagram, to see if how they compare to previous live diagram of the same video. Okay, I did these 6 months ago, and I want to compare the 2. But right now, all we're doing is we're in the live diagram of the first video. What we've done is we've looked at this video debate, the debate tactics video from Big Think. It's by it's basically interviewing a debate championship, and he gives us his framework for what his framework for debating, whether something is worth debating. Is it real? Is it important? Is it specific enough? Are you aligned? And then he talks about how to apply it. And one of the key things we learned there is every disagreement should start with some agreement. That was a really cool thing that made me think about how you can moderate a debate. By keeping people within the bounds of the original conversation. And then he talks a little bit about how you pick, you have to always, it's to keep in mind a strategy. Make sure that you are challenging the right things about somebody's counter arguments to yours. And then he's endorsing active listening for this to happen. So it's basically his tips for debates. That's why I find them pointless. It's cringe. Every modern debate. What did Davina say? They can't address all their points within the allotted time period, and you buttress your false arguments with biased statistics. Well, that's what happened in the Dr. Mike debate. they just changed time. They voted him out or voted the person out before you get through the whole thing. So yeah, I know with formal debates, there's upsides and downsides. Formal debate at least keeps you within the bounds, but then a normal conversation debate can go on for hours, where you do address all the points. It's just very tired. Love it. Thanks. Cool. Completely pointless if people do not debate in good faith. Yeah, but that's unfortunately you could be in the middle of the debate when you realize how bad faith the person is, and then a lot of the time it becomes a debate about how bad faith the person is and why they're bad faith, which is interesting for some people to watch. I find it interesting conversation analysis wise, like what are the people doing in this conversation? But yeah, if we could just get back to the logic of it, that would be cool too.
It makes us imagine a world in which we're wrong, and all.
Gray is very good at this. Gray Pepe, he always goes, I don't know, I might be wrong. It was like a series as well on his channel, so it's a good point to go, okay, I might be wrong. Don't lean on that as a pacifier. If you do really disagree, don't say I might be wrong all over the place, but yeah, just having that in your mind, maybe I'm wrong. So if I believe this, like I think maybe going into the other person's argument and saying, okay, so if I believe this, would it look like? Interesting. I need to apply all of these things to a debate. I guess I do talk about them when I live diagram, but I never really come to a major conclusion about how somebody performed.
All of that creates a wriggle room through which something like humility or empathy might arise.
Empathy, I'm good with
The
that.
science which exercises and the kind of empathy that debate brings into the conversation is not only applicable in personal disagreements, but in my view, more urgently needed than ever in our political disputes.
Yeah, disagreement. He spoke about disagreements being one of the most difficult things about him being from South Korea. because the language barrier and all of that. It's like disagreement in humanity. That's our main thing. We try where we agree, we congregate and we become teams, and then where we disagree, we have an out group, and then we have group dynamics, and then we have trade wars. So disagreement is quite a massive part of humanity, I would say.
And ideological commitments. Each of us are bigger than our political affiliations.
We're more complex than them. We're more complex than our political affiliations, but there are a lot of our political affiliations, if we're not hypocritical, will form the bedrock of the person we are. We'll have values that then extend into how we apply things in our lives. So
Then a commitment. But in my view, more urgently needed than ever is not only applicable in personal disagreements, but in my view, more urgently needed than ever in our political disputes and ideological commitments. Each of us are bigger than our political affiliations, than our religious commitments, than our ideological beliefs.
we're bigger than that. I don't know what you mean, man, but I don't know where I'd put that in the diagram, and it's important enough to put it in the diagram. Side switch exercises. Actually, that's what he was talking about. Oh shit, I've missed the whole point. So certainty over here is so that was weak versus strong. Now it's side switch. Exercises. Okay, so I need to move certainty. So all of the stuff I wrote about certainty is actually about side switching. So certainty, come with me. There you go. No, go in here. Actually, I could have just done that. Yeah, let's go then. Side switch. Exercises. And I will put a call out here. Certainty. Insert. Hello? Call out. Certainty. Okay, as a tag. But yeah, how do we even research best points to argument to the listener in debate approaches open mind, how you may lose the debate and why. Okay, so with side switching, can we get out of here? Okay, let's put it there. Okay, fine. Okay, we've got this. We're bigger than our ideological commitments. Okay, I'm going to put this as a quote. I think the word should be more and more complex.
It's in that setting that exercises like side switch become most effective.
Bigger than affiliation. Yeah, he's talking about how you may lose the debate and why. I think it's empathy. Pauses certainty, generates empathy. Okay.
It expands the scope of what we are able to talk about.
I'm stuck on that.
Enlarges and improves and strengthens our ability to talk about contentious and difficult issues in humane, compassionate, and productive ways.
Okay, so yeah, this empathy bit, he goes on about the empathy. So side switching opens your mind, makes it possible to talk about more things. Makes you open to talking about more things. Okay, BRB getting breakfast. Nice. Tell us what is for breakfast.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers.
we got the best thinkers already, okay? And they congregate on a Thursday morning, Thursday evening now, to talk about absolutely everything. So tune in for that. Okay, so that's video 1, guys. Yay! Video 1 is done. Very nice. We did a thing. I'm very tempted to go and look at the other one now. But no, let's go and diagram the others. That's what we did last time. Science! I'm the best stinker. Yes, dildo. Stinker dildo. Okay, guys, the next one is a video by Armored Skeptic, and it is on postmodernism. Window share does many things. Okay, yeah. No, not you. Escape. Stupid stuff. Xmind, please. I want consistency tests. Why are you doing this to me? Xmind, consistency test. Thank you. Stupid OBS. Good lord. What about postmodernism? If you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. Friedrich Nietzsche. Okay, well, let's see if that's what we get from this video. Let us present. Geez, haven't heard about Armored Skeptic in years. This is 7 years ago, this video. So, yeah. I think just at the time I was looking into postmodernism. And I said postmodernism explained, and then this video came up. So we got our intro. We got intro, then what? History lesson, then postmodernism. Okay. So I don't know, maybe I'll do that. Intro, history lesson, postmodernism. Okay, let's see if that might have been the approach I took before. So, okay, 300. Here we go. Intro. Let's see what he say. You guys can hear, right?
In the last episode of Skeptic Explains, I asked for you to write questions for me to answer in the
That's what Skeptic explains.
comments section, and one of the examples that I gave was, what is postmodernism? Now, I realize this isn't fair, and it wasn't exactly the most popular question that I got, but lots of you did ask that exact question.
Okay, so you're not sure he's the right guy to talk about postmodernism. Well, let's see how he defines it. Either way, the thing that we're doing here is diagramming a video. So even if he was like he was talking about cheese and we were diagramming it, the whole point is to see if I diagram his cheese the same twice. I fear for the teenagers who watch these videos. They won't watch these videos. They're too busy watching Skibidi Toilet and some shit like that. They won't find this.
So, what is postmodernism? Is postmodernism bad?
Doesn't he remind you of Sitch in terms of just that this is a kind of Sitch video, guys? I miss Sitch's videos so much.
Yep. Okay, sort of. Not exactly. Postmodernism is a method of philosophical thought. It's a
method of philosophical thought. Okay.
lens to view the world through. On its own, it's
Lens to view the world through. Okay.
harmless. It's sort of like a thought experiment. From a historical standpoint,
Thought experiment. I'll put that in here. Let's actually check this out. Where is he at? 434k subscribers. I don't know when his last video was. But anyway, let's continue. Learn to read, teenagers. Well, they know how to read. They just don't want to. Thought experiment, a historical point of view.
It's very interesting to watch the great debate that postmodernism has started. And evolutionarily, it makes sense that it's so prevalent in politics, entertainment, and education today. Love it or
Okay. Evolutionarily, he's just said it makes sense, okay, that it's around.
sense that it's so prevalent in politics, entertainment, and education today.
Okay. Prevalence in politics and education. Makes sense. Okay, explain to me why it makes sense.
Love it or hate it, postmodernism is likely here to stay. You should learn what it is. Postmodernism was a movement that was born as a response to modernism. So
Wow.
we need postmodernism was a movement that was born as a
Postmodernism. This is the explain tube cliff notes kind of thing. Postmodernism equals response to modernism.
response to modernism. So we need to have a little refresher course on modernism to get a proper picture of where postmodernism is today. Modernism was a movement that was
Okay, so he's like, okay, cool, then that means we have to talk about modernism. So modernism I'll slope off back to quantum physics now.
born as a response to the way that industrialization had fuck, this could go on for days. Let's just do a short history lesson.
Okay, so now he's okay, modernism. So then what I would do is here. Okay. We need to understand modernism to explain postmodernism. So he's like, here is the history, I suppose. History lesson.
In a nutshell, I'm just gonna paint a picture for you. The world used to be ruled by monarchs, kings, queens, pharaohs, popes.
Okay. History lesson. World ruling. Monarchs, the same thing. Popes. Okay. Pharaohs. Monarchs. Okay. Just monarchs. Let's do that.
Popes, what have you. But as technologies
Okay. World rulers. World was ruled by. Etc. Best way to explain it, it's in TikTok format. Can't be going on in detail. We got time. Who's got time for that? Hey, this was 7 years ago, hey? So, and this is 11 minutes. I think you can do an 11-minute TikTok, hey? But I don't think anyone would stick around long enough. The world was ruled by monarchs, popes, etc. Okay, and then technology. Technological advancement.
improved and communication became easier for lower class people, it became easier for the general public to learn about more abstract concepts.
Okay, technical advancement led to general public being able to learn about more abstract concepts. Okay? Abstract, which is like abstract concepts, but they have more muscle.
The very concept of philosophy even became more widespread among normal, everyday people. It
Mhm.
led to the general public becoming more aware and frustrated with the monarchy and the aristocrats that had most of the power and money. This led to a period known as the Enlightenment era.
Okay, more concepts. Philosophy comes in. Philosophy, displeasure at monarchy. Displeasure with monarchy. With monarchy. And that leads to the Enlightenment. Okay, he's being very. We needed him to be this simple. So, okay, Enlightenment. Okay, got yogurt and muesli. Oh, very nice. That's not just cereal. Very good. Abstract pancakes. Oh, damn! I wish.
It was kind of the red pill of the 18th century. Enlightenment spawned
Wow,
a
7 years ago we had the term red pill. It feels like oh, it's got so much more. Like red pill means something so different now.
hatred for monarchy and religion of the period known as the Enlightenment era. It was kind of the red pill of the 18th century. Enlightenment spawned a hatred for monarchy and religious authority, and a lot of simple modern concepts were born of it, like
Okay, so displeasure with monarchy, displeasure with what did he call it? Sorry,
liberty and religious authority, and a lot of
religious authority. Okay. Translation: the merchant class wanted the power for themselves and propagandized the plebs into a revolution. Yes.
simple modern concepts were born of it, like liberty, freedom, tolerance.
Okay, so from Enlightenment we got liberty, freedom, which is the same thing. Okay, or whatever. Tolerance. Okay.
Progression,
Progression. Constitutional government. Okay.
constitutional government, and the separation of church and state, as
Not really all the way, but yeah. Still separation. Well, as in terms of the Pope's not the ruler anymore of church and state. Okay, or your monarch is not God on earth.
well as things like deductive reasoning,
Okay, so he's just look at him. Look at all the things he can list. Did I think I did put this in the previous. I would have. Like it's so nice and neat. Reasoning. Logic is the same thing, but okay.
logic, the scientific method,
Scientific method, guys. We are engaging in the scientific method right now. Do you know that? Because we are rediagramming. Scientific method. Okay.
even objective truth.
The idea of objective truth. It's not like objective truth didn't exist before. It's just the idea of objective truths. So,
Enlightenment era drove the Industrial Revolution into high gear and created industrialized cities and a huge exodus from rural farming and a large
okay, so yeah, okay, cool. We got Industrial Revolution. This is gonna have to. Gosh, can I get more? Okay. Industrial Revolution. No. Oh, it does. Sorry, it's just doing an auto thingy majiggy for me. Yeah. See, moved my stuff around so that it can fit. Auto fitting. I'm interested to see if even Rai realizes that postmodernists are anti-enlightenment thinkers. No, that he is. I think he should land up doing that, Dildo, because the reason he's talking about this history lesson is because we need to understand modernism in order to understand postmodernism. That's what he was on about. So let's see. Industrial Revolution. Okay.
Large growth of population in urban areas. This was
Okay. Cities. Population growth in cities. So people were more concentrated. Cool, cool, cool. We get it. Okay.
was the birth of the middle class. Eventually,
Okay. Population growth in cities. Middle class. Emergence. Okay.
this is how modernism rose up. The modern movement was born of the age of reason and logic and took it to its next logical step, a rise in rational thinkers who
Hey, there's the thinkers, boy. A rise. It's the crazy diagram lady. Hope all is good, kitty. It is very good when I'm diagramming. Good to see you, WZ. Davina, I guess not. I'm interested to see from which book he's reading. Book. I don't know if he's reading from books, boys. As long as he doesn't diverge to Hitler attempts to justify anti-Semitism. Let's see.
took it to its next logical step, a rise in rational thinkers who
Okay, so Industrial Revolution. You can see it's like, okay, cool. Just get to the point. Okay. So we got the modern movement. Okay, modern movement. Okay.
reject unprovable things like spiritualism and rise in rational thinkers who reject
Reject unprovable things. Reject unprovable things like spiritualism. Okay.
provable things like spiritualism and religion and embrace
Okay. Embrace. Provable. Okay.
provable concepts like the scientific method, believe
Concepts. Okay. Provable concepts like scientific method. Okay, that's what he said.
believing only what you can prove. Naturally, this is how God died, as Nietzsche put it. The world
Okay, so God died. I think I might have put that in the diagram. Modern movement. How God dies. Okay.
was not only just more secular now, atheism was becoming more widespread.
Okay, secularism, secular and atheism. Secularism, atheism grows. Okay, cool. We're all not a lot of logic here, but the point, just diagram the thing, Chinsia.
People were no longer driven by their identity based on religion, and they were now driven by identifying with other concepts like patriotism, capitalism, communism, fascism, knowledge.
Secularism and atheism grows. Oh, so we don't have God. We don't have God, but we chose other gods. We chose other concepts, other religions. Okay. It grows other concepts. What did he call it?
Like patriotism, religion, and they were now driven by identifying with
Other concepts. Identify with other concepts, I suppose. Driven by identifying with other concepts. So communism, capitalism, patriotism, anti-secular, anti-Semitism, or
with other concepts like patriotism, capitalism, communism, fascism. Knowledge was
fascism. Yes, I love that fascism.
expanding. The world was mapped. Technologies were improving life. Society was becoming more organized and institutionalized. Art was challenging
I would have enjoyed this music a bit lower in the background.
conventions, and it also brought concepts like the American dream. Modernism had
What are we on?
Society was becoming more organized and
Mhm.
institutionalized. Art
Organized. I distinctly remember writing institutionalized, organized and institutionalized. How God does. Okay. Society. Institute. The tism is strong with this one. I mean, okay. It's all over. Society is more organized. Is it more organized? And institutionalized. Daisy is looking at me like, why you not give me love? Okay. What do we have next?
Art was challenging conventions, and it also brought concepts like the American dream. Modernism had turned into a unified concept of
Institutional. Oh, sorry, I'm missing you. Sorry, dude. I'm sorry, everybody. I keep missing him.
the Americanized. Art was challenging conventions, and
Art was challenging conventions. Okay. To pet a robot. Oh, I need to pet a daisy. Okay, society is more organized and institutionalized. Now I'm just going to jump onto this. Okay, art is challenging conventions. Okay.
also brought concepts like the American dream.
Okay, America concepts. Okay, I'm doing it. This is what he's bringing up. Okay, concepts like the American dream. Okay.
Modernism had turned into a unified concept of progress and development through
Okay, it's just a lot of things. This is basically what he spoke about here, where he said, "This is what we got. This is what we got from modernism." Okay. Robot that pets or robot that you pet? Oh, I think it's robot that pets. But that's no. Daisy needs real loves. Okay, blah blah. Modern movement concepts like American dream. And then we've got progress and okay, we're repeating ourselves. Progress. Developments. Okay, cool. Are we done? Oh my god, this
Logic
history
and-
lesson is still long. Much longer. I don't remember being this pissed off with it.
scientific endeavor. Modernism led to great achievements like the moon landing. Wait, no, that was a hoax.
Oh, okay, he made a joke there. Good for you.
The idea was institutions knew best. They
Okay. Institutions knew best. Institutions know best. Okay, I can put that in my mind map.
would tell you what to eat. But then World War I and World War II happened, as well as the invention of the nuclear bomb, something that could kill everyone and everything on Earth. And
Okay.
the Cold War happened, which basically held the entire planet hostage. All of these things led to the realization that those same institutions we trusted would progress us into the future are just as likely to destroy us.
Okay, so that just makes me want Sitch to actually. Oh, we should diagram a Sitch video. Diagram a Sitch video. Sorry, because remember videos? Remember Sitch doing videos instead of 8-hour streams? Man bot that pets his tech sex bot partner. No, no sex bots. No sex bots. Okay. Heavy petting. Oh my god, relax. Institutions know best, and that went to World War One, two, atomic bomb. Okay, and that means the institution's realization can destroy us. Atomic bomb, Cold War. Okay, cool.
This is where postmodernism comes in. Postmodernism is a direct response to modernism. And that response was no.
The response is no. Okay. So the response is no. Okay, wow. So yeah, history lesson, not very important to diagram that. Those are just bullet points, really. What was Sitch one of those people Ahmed Skeptic accused of copying him when his ego got large? I wonder. It seems like the similarities in the way that they edit and things like that, one of them would have accused the other, but obviously I'm biased in Sitch's videos being better. Sorry. I mean, I know that because I was subscribed to Sitch at this time 7 years ago, whereas I never subscribed to Armored Skeptic at that time. Anyway, I think I might have watched his videos, but yeah. Okay, BRB. Daisy will have to take over the stream. Razor blades! Wee-hoo! Okay. It was always going to be a cat video. We know that. At least we know that from the name of my channel, right? Okay. The postmodernism response is no. Okay, so I'll put that here because that was the joke. Response is no to modernism is postmodernism. The no response. Okay, cool. I don't think I put that in the previous diagram. Copium is one hell of a drug. Okay, most of it is definitely cope. I doubt that. I don't doubt that. What, his cope? Okay. Cool. Where are we at? Mental masturbation. That's basically what I'm doing here. You guys enjoying it? We're almost there, guys. We're almost there.
You're wrong.
In fact, postmodernism is the rejection of Western.
It's kind of like I don't think I commented on this previously, but it's kind of like a cringy version. So even if Sitch did copy this, Sitch did it better. Like I'm just maybe it's I don't know. I just the you know that's what Sitch would do with this. Maybe his editing as well is better. Hold on, I just need to stop my camera for a sec. Yeah, that's me blowing my nose, and you just don't need to see that, you know. That's a members only feature. Only fans, but classy like. What Switch is doing? Okay, postmodern. What about mods? Mods can see that, yeah, because you guys are open. Nice. No feed pics here. No, we're not with feed pics. Just red noses. Okay. Anyway, I'm feeling cringy at this.
You're wrong.
In fact, postmodernism.
Like my favorite thing about Sitch's videos was when he did those things, when he put that voice, when he go, in fact, or but Sitch, all of those things that I love about Sitch's videos. It's making me cringe over here. Okay, just it's part of the for science. Okay, this is what we're doing. Just continue. Soldier on.
Is the rejection of Western civilization as. In fact, postmodernism is the rejection of Western civilization as.
Okay, postmodernism, the rejection of Western civilization. Okay, as we know it. He mostly accused people of copying his avatar specifically. No, Fitch is a shadow man. Rejection of Western civilization. Reject Western civilization, accept communism. No, communism is part of Western civilization, apparently, that according to his history lesson over here, because we got people started going for the things. You see, that's still part of Western stuff. We just got to not accept anything. Okay? Just no, you're wrong. So rejection of Western civilization as we know it. But you did just say that this is how God dies. So as part of the modern movement, you spoke about capitalism, communism, and whatever. So, Daisy, come. Come, Didi. Come. Come on. She's wanting to jump up here, so, okay.
As you know it.
Well, actually, it kind of is. Postmodernism does not replace modernism. The two sort of coexist as
Okay, rejection of Western ideas. We know it. But did he say it? No.
competing ideas. Does not.
As you know it.
Well, actually, it kind of is.
Kind of is. Okay.
Postmodernism does not replace modernism. The
doesn't replace modernism. I'm sure I put that in. Okay.
two sort of coexist as competing ideas.
They coexist. Oh, Daisy, you've taken my earphone out. Thank you. Thank you, my baby. Thank you, Daisy. Really appreciate it. Thank you. What a gal. You're gonna chew. Are you gonna chew on it now? Okay. We got an earbud. Thank you. Thank you, Daisy. Yes. Look, there's a Daisy. There's a Daisy. Sit back. Okay.
You don't really have to align yourself with just one concept. It's not a
You can't align yourself with just one concept. Okay. Did he say can't or you don't have to?
tenet. You don't really have to align yourself.
Don't have to. With one or the other. Okay, so they can coexist. So he's saying they coexist, okay, as competing. But if they coexist as competing ideas, okay, I guess if you see as one as the what's the name? One as the gas and one as the brake, then it makes sense.
With just one concept. It's not a tenet of postmodernism to reject everything, but
it's not a tenant to reject everything, but okay. Not a tenant. I think tenet didn't he say tenet of postmodernism to reject everything, but
it does question everything. It
does question everything. I'm not going to say it does. It questions everything. Okay, cool. Questions everything, but it doesn't. What I find is it doesn't give me answers. It never wants to give me answers. It just wants to break things up and leave them as questions. Haha. Hey, Daisy, I want the answers.
Doesn't just question everything from modernism, though. It goes all the way back to when the concepts of truth and logic were adopted.
Yeah. So then it just questions everything, including not just modernist ideas, but all ideas, including truth.
Enlightenment era. That's how you end up with arguments like.
Wait, you just spoke about the Enlightenment era. You spoke about the Enlightenment era as part of the source of modernism. So, okay, you've just. I guess he's been specific about certain, not just the patriotism and the whatever. It's all the way down to objective truth. It's questioning everything. Cool. I took that as that's what questioning modernism is. So obviously I just misunderstood his whole definition of modernism. Okay, Enlightenment era. Okay, so this is how you land up with hold up, we have a emergency phone call. I have some admin to do, so you can look at Daisy and listen to some music. Oopsie. There you go. What music would you like to listen to? Sorry, I have a thing. It's an absolute emergency. No, that's not cute. What about... No? No. Didi, you like that song? Sorry guys, this is my BRB screen basically. Okay. Look at all the fur on my... Didi. I could put a BRB text here. Sorry guys. Not ASMR kitty. BRB. Daisy's looking at my BRB son. Okay. He's waiting on me. Hurry the fuck up. No. Looking. No, that's not it. Damn it. I need to just message him and tell him I'm busy doing the thing. This music is making me rush. Oh shit. Do I have it on here? Do I have it on my computer? Let me just make sure I can see what you guys are seeing. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm looking for it. I'm looking through the files. There's one with There. Okay, done. Please be done. Please be done. It's so bad. I'm panicked. Just hold on. See, look at me, Daisy. Okay, I don't know if I'm done. So let's see. I don't know if I'm done. Wrong one. Okay. Now this is content. Alright, I think the break's over, guys. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Causatory, what's happening? Wiki, casuistry is a process of reasoning that seeks to resolve moral problems by extracting or extending abstract rules from a particular case and reapplying those rules to new instances. It's a form of sophistry. Okay, interesting. I.e. debating in bad faith. Oh, you guys are arguing in chat. That's fun. I do find it hilarious that by adopting postmodernism, the new left completely destroyed their ontology and realist metaphysics. How can you fight for equality if you can't define what a woman is? Oh, I'm with that. Sorry, I'm with that word, Dildo. I'm with you on that. It's gone too far on for those types. Let's go. Wait, let's see. Diagramming. There we go. Cool, we good, we back. Let's go. How Jesus could justify Catholic indulgences, for example. How the Jesuits could. Okay, so anyway, enjoy your chats. I'm loving that you guys are talking. So this, he says, this is how we get arguments like this. No, yeah, not just postmodern ideas. We can reject truth. We can go back all the way. I agree with him here, and he gives us an example of sending lightning. Let's hear what he says.
As a whole is a product of Western.
That's how you end up with arguments like
this came from good old South Africa, guys. UCT, University of Cape Town. This was a viral thing. Made me feel good about the whole situation in South Africa.
Science as a whole is a product of Western modernity, and the whole thing should be.
The whole thing should be scrapped. Science is but that's how stupid it is. That's how stupid the idea is. If you take it all the way to instead of taking them as competing ideals and gas and brake, all of that stuff, trying to be nuanced with it. Nope. Science is a product of Western the whole thing should be scrapped. I wonder if he goes the whole way to the sending the lightnings.
Scratched off.
The certainty that
he didn't do that because that video talks about this thing saying, well, we know how to send lightning in there's people that know how to send lightning to certain people. So we kind of have come full circle, because when we were rejecting spirituality and unprovable, can all the way now. Okay.
Society had that institutions would use science to progress us into the future. That society had that institutions would use science to progress us into the future was shattered. Now there is no longer a unified value system.
Yeah. Interesting how that happens when people become more secular. There's no unified value system. Interesting. Okay. No unified value system. Let's go. I don't know if I would do here. No unified value system. Wait. No trust. We are going again in institutions to guide forward. No shared unified. Sorry, no unified system. Okay.
Unified moral system, unified
Value moral system. Okay.
identities. There's no
Unified identities, that's never been a thing. There's just been more unified, more unity, more. We've just added more identities, actually. Ooh, I like that. I'm actually going to list them all the way he does them. No unified values. No unified morals. No unified. Unified, guys. Unified morals, no unified identities. Well, now there's so many identities and genders and everything that everybody is just, it's weird. It's like they tried to go hyper collectivist and then individualism and just all just exploded into a whole big bunch of mush.
longer a trust in institutionalized science or institutionalized government. Structure is replaced with endless choice.
Structure is replaced with endless choice. Yeah, which is exactly what gender is. Oh, Daisy doesn't like how I'm emphasizing myself, so she's jumped off my lap. That's it. No more Daisy for anybody anymore. She's over this. She's out, boys. No trust. Okay, what postmodernism? No trust for unified. Okay, we're just getting descriptors of it. Cool. We have some. I don't like this diagram probably because I just don't like the video at this point, but I don't remember not liking it this much before. Okay, endless structure replaced by endless choice. Okay. Yeah, well, when nothing's true, everything can be true. When everything's true, nothing can be true. Both ways.
People are left to find their own meaning in life, their own.
Find your own meaning in life. Or talk to Jesus. I don't know. It's just my opinion. Find your own meaning in life. Because you have to go back. You have to scrap all of science. Okay, scrap all of science, scrap all of human knowledge, because you need to figure it out all for yourself from the beginning. Because otherwise, how can you believe it? So yeah, you need to find your own meaning in life. Now I need. I can't write what I want to write about it, though. I have to just diagram what he is. Jesus, the pool boy? No, that's not how you say Jesus.
Form of logic, their own personal philosophies, even.
No, that's yeah. They don't do that though. Not people in our day and age. We still read. Fucking trigger till it goes the dude. Jesus.
Identity is now a commodity. Something.
Yes. Okay. This was 7 years ago. It makes me sad. Identity is a commodity. Okay, but identity is a commodity, but certain identities are more valuable than others. And the more marginalized you are, supposedly, the more valuable you are. Okay, so people need to find their own meaning in life. Identity is a commodity. Okay, he's just saying, I don't know, I would have preferred him to say, these are the kinds of ideas that are part of postmodernism. Like, look at this. This is not as structured as that previous video. But anyway.
Something people are thirsty for, but at the
identity is a commodity. something people are thirsty for. What is this? Is this live? This is live, but the video is not. The video is 7 years old. Hey, Ray. Identity is a commodity, something people are thirsty for. Okay, if that becomes a commodity, it's in demand. Ah, that's me. That's my comment. In demand. Okay. Follow the lizard's path and you are promised 40 virgins in paradise. The great lizard. What happened to the spaghetti monster, man?
Same time, completely unsure of. Oh, fuck it.
Wait, what? Even the music in the background is like Sitches.
People are thirsty for, but at this identity is now a commodity, something people are thirsty for, but at the same time, completely unsure of. Oh.
Completely unsure of. They're thirsty for, but unsure of. I don't know. They're pretty sure about it. I mean, they're making people, you know, let them use their bathrooms and things like that, according to what they identify as.
Fuck, I ended that sentence in a preposition. I know people are going to disagree with me here, but the breaking point was the 1960s.
The breaking point was the 1960s. Okay, so now we're just got like the breaking point. So this is where postmodernism breaks out, I suppose. Breaking point. Oh, sorry. If we're going to continue with his division of his video, if we're going to like here, breaking point. Point is 1960s. Okay, and people are going to disagree with him. Cool.
Sam was peddling the institution, sending sons to die in...
Okay, Vietnam.
Some jungle, and the
Vietnam War. Uncle Sam. USA sending. USA emphasizing. USA emphasizing down the wide rabbit hole. You guys aren't just on it. Emphasizing the institution. Okay, breaking point.
Public had had enough. We're still seeing the same battle happen today. Postmodern.
Okay, public had enough. People protested it. Okay. Continues today. Okay. I think it's gotten even worse.
As a philosophical movement is basically impossible to define. There is absolutely no unification of ideals.
No, it's basically just tear it down. There's no unification. So it's postmodernism is whatever you decide it is. It's like what is a woman going on? That postmodernism can't even define itself. Nihilism, yeah. That's the kind of thing that'll drive me to nihilism. Just the fact that I can't grasp anything, that anything that I talk about can just be disassembled if we take it far enough. If we can't take anything for granted, ever. What the fuck are we doing? Like nihilism, go all the way to nihilism. That's the end result of what he's calling postmodernism here.
However, some postmodern thinkers, artists, entertainers, or what have you, seem to have more influence than others, which leads to a great deal of... You guys watching the news lately?
Okay, so there's supposed to be no unifying. Okay, I need to go back and make sure there's a diagram.
Of ideals is basic. Same battle happened today. Postmodernism as a philosophical movement is basically impossible to define.
Okay, as a philosophical movement, impossible. It's impossible to define because there's no unification of the ideas. Did you say ideals or ideas?
There is absolutely no unification of ideals.
Ideals. No unified ideals. I'm going to just say unified ideals. It's the same.
However, some postmodern thinkers, artists, entertainers, or what have you.
Okay, no unified ideals, but we do have postmodern influencers. Oh, okay, I'll just postmodern thinkers have differing some sway, I suppose.
Seem to have more influence than others, which leads to a great deal of. You guys watching the news lately?
Okay, leads to. Okay, so we have what, Black Lives Matter or something?
Oh shit, he's got a fucked up cat.
Pressure.
Part of the reason the movement is impossible to define has to do with the way that the philosophy creates uncertainty about everything.
Yes, so it's pointless. It's irritating. If you don't harness it, it's stupid. It destroys. It does not create. Okay, that's when we were thinking about critical theory and things like that in varsity. That's what we were using it for. It was to ask questions, cool, but it was never go and completely delete absolutely everything we knew. That was just not the thing. What is black? What is lives? What is black lives? What is matter? Exactly, Dildo. That's what's the point? What is then when you put it together? What does it mean? It can mean this and that. Okay. Create certainty about yes, exactly. Creates uncertainty. Okay, hold on. You were talking. You wanted to put this point in about leads to protest, etc. To things like BLM, I suppose. Okay, and then what do you say?
Thing it's fine has to do with the way that the philosophy creates uncertainty about
Fucked up cat.
Pressure.
Part of the reason the movement is impossible to define.
Now you've gone back to part of why it's impossible to define. So I guess he's just noting that this is a thing that while there are people that have some sort of sway, there is still no unified thing, no unified ideals. The movement itself creates uncertainty about everything.
Fine has to do with the way that the philosophy creates uncertainty about everything it studies. It's a
philosophy as a philosophy creates uncertainty everything it studies. Yeah, cool. We need more from it.
It's about breaking down conventions and
See, that's actually, that kind of reminds me of what I'm doing with diagramming. Like, you could break things down, but what is the value of it? Like, if I'm breaking things down, what am I doing with it? What am I learning from it? Breaking it down doesn't make it no longer exist. Breaking it down makes me understand its existence more richly and makes me able to move bits around and understand how one part of an idea might influence another part of an idea. Like, that's what I'm doing when I break things down into diagrams. So, but if I'm just breaking stuff down for the sake of breaking stuff down into smaller parts, which is basically what I did with Grunegate, then we're not really doing much. We're just going, that's what we're just looking at it in closer detail, and we're not making steps forward. When are you going to start spurging about Foucault? Oh gosh, Foucault. That's what class was I reading him in? I think it was social psychology that I was reading that in. Okay, philosophy creates uncertainty about everything it studies. Cool. What are we doing? Breaking down conventions and questioning everything. Cool. This is repetition.
questioning their validity, dissecting everything we know until it dies, and
Yeah, I like that. I like that phrasing. Dissecting everything we know until it dies. Yeah. Nothing is allowed. But then we do have unified ideals that are taken on certain sides. Maybe that's what he was trying to do when he's talking to leading to things like BLM.
watching it die, and then putting the pieces back together. And in theory, that helps us understand it
Yes, putting the things back together helps us understand it
better. This can reaffirm the importance of certain conventions and value systems that we hold. You may, in fact, be employing inventions of postmodernism like nihilistic humor, or even
Shop at new time, make macaroni, do cardio, don't let this existential dread let in, don't let it set in, vacuum the rug. Hey!
be employing importance of, and in theory, that helps us understand it better. This can reaffirm the importance of certain conventions and value systems that we hold. You may, in fact, be employing inventions of postmodernism like nihilistic humor, or even the shitpost. Art, culture, entertainment, all are influenced by postmodernism. Okay, I think I've spent enough time sucking postmodernism's dick. I'll answer the biggest question most of you have. What is wrong with postmodernism?
You've literally just told us what's wrong with postmodernism. You've just done that. Dissecting everything we know until it dies. But the point that it should do, what it should do with creating uncertainty is we're supposed to be able to break it down and put it back together. Rather than breaking something up into their parts and reassembling with more understanding. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what we're trying to do when we break things down and when we talk about and when we analyze anything. We're breaking it down to understand it, but that doesn't mean we want to destroy it to the point where it just becomes mush. Morning, Lucifer. I mean, it must be really early morning for you. When I look at reality under a microscope, the microbes start dancing. I saw a post yesterday of bacteria and bacteria being exposed to whiskey. That was pretty cool. Anyway, so they stopped dancing as soon as the whiskey came through. It was like a freaking wave that you could kind of just see these little microbes just die and will just become, they don't move anymore. Anyway, that's more interesting than this video right now. But what is wrong with postmodernism? So look, we are still going with his chapters. So, okay, I feel like my dark. It was pretty cool. Okay, what is wrong with postmodernism? I feel like you've just told us, like that. That was him sucking its dick. That was him complimenting it. I think the more controversial thing would be is like, what's right with it?
Modernism. Like I said, postmodernists question traditions and conventions, including concepts that came from the entire.
How does Axie? I wish we could see Axie through StreamYard. Let me see what it looks like on the chat. Because Lucifer is using his membership. Oh, Axie buoy. I wish I could make Axie bigger. Okay.
Enlightenment era, scientific method, concepts that came from the entire Enlightenment era, scientific method, including concepts that came from the entire.
We know you spoke about this. You spoke about this, including things that came from the Enlightenment. You spoke about all of this. Liberty, da 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 da. What's wrong with postmodernism? It questions. Challenges? I don't know. Challenges. Concepts that came. Enlightenment. Okay, so I'm just going to put a connecting thing there. Okay, cool. So it's okay when it's challenging other stuff, but when it starts challenging the foundation of, of proper enlightenment thinking, then it's a problem. Yeah, okay.
Entire Enlightenment era. Scientific method, logic, reason, deduction. Well, some in the movement flat out reject those concepts. At the university level, this means the humanities, social sciences, they seem to be following a trend of rejecting the old world logic and substituting it with their understanding of their subjects through a postmodernist lens.
Yeah.
Without empiricism, they develop their own version of truth through their own version of reason.
Okay, challenges come up from Enlightenment era. Own version. Use their own version. Reason. Come up with their own truth. That's how we get. I'm living my truth as a common phrase. Truth. Okay. Like on an individual level, my truth, whatever, that can work. But there's no such thing as my truth in physics, etc.
Rejecting ideas like universal truths and absolutes. Basically, any conclusions that society had come to in the past is now up for question, is up for debate again. What this has
it means no conclusions, actually. It means, okay, it either means no conclusions because we're just asking questions and oh my god, or it means whatever that previous conclusion was, we need to completely swap it and we're good. That's how it works.
Created is a giant gap in our ability for the two camps to communicate ideas with each other.
Yeah, two camps, but that's the thing. The two camps should not be two camps. They should be used as tools. They should be lenses. Especially postmodernism should be a lens. Degree means nothing. Hundreds of dollars down the tubes. Okay. Okay, use their own version of empiricism, reason come up with their own truth. I guess there's increasing inability both camps to communicate. Yeah, if your whole reality is different to another's, that makes sense.
It's almost as if people on university campuses, on Parliament Hill, in media and entertainment are speaking two different languages. And that makes things very difficult from a skeptical or from a debate perspective. How do two sexy people come to a logical conclusion if they both employ different versions of logic? Concepts like privilege, patriarchy, cultural appropriation.
Wait, what is he saying? How do you
talk logic? Come to a logical conclusion if they both employ different versions of logic.
Yeah, I understand. Different versions of logic. We understand this. They can't come to a conclusion because they both have different principles. We've actually I like how that relates to the previous video we were doing. If we're not agreeing on anything, because remember that the framework that he went through and his discussion, the debate guy, debate champion, he said all arguments need to have some sort of agreement to start with. They agree on absolutely nothing. They don't actually work in that framework at all. So there's no way for us to discuss. So I like how that relates to the previous video.
Logic. Concepts like privilege, patriarchy, cultural appropriation, toxic masculinity, rape culture, everything being a social construct. These are all postmodernist ideas that can only be properly explained or properly explored.
Okay, I want to put that out. Yay, there's content that I can diagram. It's extra stuff. So so increasing both camps to communicate, use their own to come up with their own truth. So this is their own truth. The privilege, well, own concepts like own truth concepts like privilege, patriarchy, cultural appropriation, toxic masculinity,
masculinity, rape culture,
rape culture. Yeah, I could probably point to the things that these concepts destroy if I really wanted
everything
to. It would be cool if he did.
being a social construct. These are all postmodernist ideas that can only be
Own truth / postmodernist. That can only be
properly explained or properly explored or proven through the lens of postmodernism. And that's why it's so hard to get empirically minded, scientifically minded, logically minded, reasonably minded people to swallow these concepts. There was always an ongoing...
Yep, that's what's wrong with it. You can understand these concepts. That's basically what I can do, is understand them and see how they can apply in certain situations. But then applying them throughout all situations as a universal truth just breaks me down. Because you're also it's so reductive. You're reducing humans to these things.
Joke in academia that the social sciences are mostly nonsense.
Yes, the social sciences are mostly nonsense. They try to be sciences, and they are valuable. I'm not going to pretend they're not valuable. That they just need to understand that they have limits. So you can't trust the science when it comes to social sciences. There are pseudosciences. Yes, there are pseudosciences. They employ as much scientific concepts, scientific method as they can, but at the end of the day, you will not be able to scientifically put a person as an input and get an output. You can only predict a little bit and analyze, have a conversation. But yeah, but you can't ignore that. Don't ignore the humanities. But at the same time, don't think the humanities are hard sciences.
Today, that divide is exacerbated by the new language. Swallow these concepts. There was always an ongoing joke in academia that the social sciences are mostly nonsense.
Okay, social sciences are mostly nonsense. Social sciences. Okay, this video is all over the place. I wonder if I diagrammed the whole thing. Jesus. Okay.
Today, that divide is exacerbated by the new language postmodernists use, or their shop talk.
Okay, today the divide is made widened by shop talk. Okay. Or I was gonna say they're vulgar. They're God, what is it?
If you will, which is impossible to understand if
their
you
jargon.
aren't, or their shop talk, if you will, which is impossible to understand if you aren't initiated.
Mm-hmm.
I think
you
the
have to
effect is pretty clear. It allows people to take a very radical stance, more radical than thou, but to be completely dissociated from anything that's happening.
Yes, be radical and be dissociated. Widened by shop talk, so we can take I'll put something here. Noam Chomsky. Postmodernism allowing radical stance with dissociation while being from reality. I don't know. Okay, cool. We got that.
For many reasons. One reason is nobody can understand a word they're saying.
Nobody can understand a word they're saying.
So they're already dissociated. It's kind of like a private.
Yeah, when you start using your own terms and stuff. He was a linguist. Yeah, what's it? One of my textbooks was written by Noam Chomsky for when I majored in linguistics, we used his psycholinguistics. I think it was, yeah, his book, The Language Instinct, was one of our main texts.
Lingo.
Often these concepts make their way from an academic platform and completely unfiltered end up somehow on some shit news site that uses
completely unfiltered because everybody's an activist now. Everybody has to take them from academia and go and put it out into the world. And activists use their activism, apply it, go and not just use your platform and make the change in the world.
uses them as clickbait, and it only serves to confuse the fuck out of the uninitiated.
No, I think it just confuses the people. Oh, I guess the uninitiated, if you're not sure, you're not used to the nonsense. Social sciences are mostly nonsense. If you don't know that it's nonsense, you might take it as fact. So he's talking about that. What do I do? Like academics. Actually, let's put that here. Academia. Okay, I'm trying to make a little bit more sense of what he's doing than what he did. What he said. There we go. Cool. Social sciences, mostly nonsense. Academia. Postmodern. It's unfiltered into public spaces beyond academia. Like, yeah, in academia, that's where we can gaze at our navels and write dissertations and things about really interesting stuff, but that is not necessarily going to change the world. Go to an LGBTQ parade sponsored by Citibank. Change the world. Get a discount.
Outside of a group of people who have taken, say, gender studies.
Hey, I took gender studies. Shut up. I took the gender of psychological. I need to go and look it up. And I got in trouble in that class because I kept arguing a bit too passionately. Because I was trying to say, girls, our gender characteristics, the things we tend towards, are based on our sex. So, no, I did. No, listen. This is in like 2014 or whatever. I did psychology. I was doing my psychology honors, and I did gender. It wasn't gender studies. It was gender and psychology. So it was like within the. I was a humanities baby. Okay, that's what we were doing. I was busy there. Come to home is BBQ. The extra B is for BY or BBBBB.
These things don't make much sense. I'm not even joking. It's two different languages. If you've ever been in an argument with a social justice warrior,
remember when we used to be able to call them? What is a woman, Kitty? A woman is an adult human female, right? Female feminine traits, things like that. Those are collected into the concept of womanhood. Softly, but they are still based on the fact that we are sexually dimorphic. I tried to figure that out. I tried to put that in. I need to find my old essay. It was very bad. I tried to put it in words and it just did not work. Blasphemy. Yeah, I should try and put it in a diagram, but it's so simple. We're male, female. Males it's the old construction of gender. Is all I would be talking about. The old one where it's like the males were stronger, so they did this. The women were hardier in this way, so they did this. All of that anthropology that we took for granted, I would just be recycling it and then saying, but then again, what do we do? I think everybody's made all the videos and said all the things. Weaponized autism.
For example, you may feel like no matter how well you make your points, they just don't seem to get it. Well, likely they're feeling the same way about you.
Biology is a social construct. You know what? There you go. That is basically it. Just keep that. Social construct is the only word you need to learn about postmodernism. Everything is a social construct. Like, I understood that idea that yes, we live through a social lens. We're a social animal. Cool. So we're going to have concepts. We're going to have what's the name, schemas. We're going to do all of that. We're going to have that in, and that's why jokes make sense, because we have shared cultures, and that's fucking cool. It's so cool. But at the same time, if you do peel it back all the way, you're going to have to find that initial hard truth that is inescapable, which is a penis and a vagina are not the same thing. Anyway, that's 4chan thinking of weaponized midwittism. Okay, so postmodernism ideas make it unfiltered into public spaces beyond academia. What are you saying? It's like, I'll put the point. It's like the two groups. I'm going to put that here, actually. It's like the two groups are speaking different languages, and that is because even when you start trying to speak their language, you have to go in and use their language to deconstruct them, and they're not going to accept that. So
Postmodernists replace facts and proofs with narratives. Evidence either proves or disproves a narrative.
from penis to vagina. Yes, thank you, darling. That is the sound bite we needed there. Kitty, what about intersex individuals? Oh, intersex individuals have two of differing things, or a bad combination of the two. It does not. They have a vagino penis, which is still a combination of two distinct things. A miss bonus genitalia. Hermie the hermaphrodite wants his activism back.
To a postmodernist, they may see a debate as being their narrative versus your narrative. What this
Okay. It's like two groups are talking different languages. They're at debates. I'm losing track, guys. I must say, debate equals losing, equals one, one narrative versus another. I remember another part of my studies was talking about you would go into narrative analysis. That's a narrative study. It was a type of research you would do, is go and look into the narrative. What are the stories that people are talking about? Don't you dare deconstruct my whataboutism. Okay, sorry, Dildo.
This has created is a generation of students with a completely different mindset than previous generations. Postmodernism isn't all bad. It's given us some amazing things. It's a merely
Okay, cool. Academia, let's go. It's not all bad. Okay. Postmodernism isn't all bad. Okay, cool.
medium, a type of canvas. It's how
Given amazing things. And then he shows us the Beatles. Music. Art. Okay.
how one uses that medium that defines one's.
Okay, he given us it's a medium. It's a good medium. It's a canvas. A canvas. How it's used.
Character as an intellectual. Like always, please leave a question at medium, a type of canvas. It's how one uses that medium that defines one's character as an intellectual.
Okay, how you use it. It's not the size, it's how you use it. It's a medium, a canvas, how you use it. Defines what? Your character. An intellectual. Okay.
Intellectual. Like always, please leave a question in the comments section below, and I'll answer one of my favorite questions in the next episode of Skeptic Explains. Thank you for watching.
Like, death of skeptic, character, the chaos of kick. Okay, so that's where he's at with his videos now. Cool, thank you for that. Stop sharing. Let us get into the other video. I'm not a fan of this diagram, I must say. Is it my fault? Is it his fault? I don't know. I think it's just not meant to be a structured argument. It's just a discussion. It's a video essay. It's not an easily explained. We got the history lesson, and then we just got his discussion of postmodernism. It's not that bad. It's just that diagramming it's not necessary. I don't know. I don't feel like diagramming it did much for us. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, video. My favorite one that we're going to. I really wanted to start with this one, but I know that it was better to wait. Mott and Bailey by V. So it's a classic. Let's see if I can get this. Yeah, there we go. Without messing up my presentation. A communist's favorite debate tactic.
I noticed a lot of
So, Martin Bailey, it's a video, it's a communist's favorite. The Martin Bailey is a communist's favorite. Let's put the communist favorite debate tactic. Okay. Communist's favorite debate tactic. Okay. I like that I only really learned about castles because of this. So didn't really think about them. Okay. Let's go. V. He doesn't have chapters because fuck you and your chapters. He's just talking for 9 minutes, and you better listen and you better diagram it yourself.
Political commentators. I noticed a lot of political commentators on the left, also many agitators, people in the academia, the intelligentsia. And if you happen to know history, even socialist leaders have often used this tactic in their speeches because it's an incredibly effective tactic.
Okay, so socialists, did you say leftoids? Oh, also, let's get this. Okay, I noticed a lot of political commentators on the left. Okay, so yeah. Commentators, where this tactic is used. B's voice is so grating. I love it. I actually love it. My husband does the same thing. He's just like, please put why, and I'm like, no. It's part of his charm. Where it's used. This tactic used. Okay, so we'll be like used. Agitators. Does Gordon's voice go higher and more spurious? No. The more spurious his reasoning. Agitators. No, that I'm talking about V's charm, not Gordon's charm. Gordon does not sound anything like V. Agitators, left wing commentators, socialists. Or who uses this tactic? I think anybody uses it. But, yeah.
Also, many agitators, people in the academia, the intelligentsia. And if you happen to know history, even socialist leaders have often used this tactic in their speeches because it's an incredibly effective tactic. Not just at persuading people that what you want is a good thing, but also forcing people that completely disagree with what you.
Okay, so why they use this tactic? It's used convincing. Let's go back.
You say you want it, not just at persuading people.
Okay, it's persuading. Persuasive. It's persuasive, but
that what you want is a good thing, but also forcing people that completely disagree with what you say to defend your position.
Okay, cool. So forces people who completely disagree to defend your position. Okay, so you try and put them in. Everybody uses it. Yeah, it's just that he called it their favorite one, but everybody uses it. It's a debate tactic. I hope he says that everybody can use it. I'm sure he would have caveated it with that at some point in 9 minutes. Forces who, but obviously he is emphasizing how it is used on the left. I think as we go along, maybe you guys can put in some examples of how it's used on the right. Forces who completely disagree, defend your forces. Those who completely disagree to defend your position, because the people that disagree, you're twisting their disagreement. You're taking away that framework that we got from our first video. You're taking away that agreement of what we're disagreeing about. You're pulling the rug. You're being bad faith. Fancy that.
So how does it work? I mean, why is it so effective?
Well, I love this. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite V videos. Okay, so how does it work? Okay. There you go. We need healthcare for trans kids. Whoa, why don't we just leave kids alone? Why do you hate LGBT people? There you go. It's a trap. But okay, so how does it work? Please, can we just have the do? I need to make a clip. I don't think it was clippable at this the previous stage.
Well, as you can see, it's got 2 points, right? Like it's got the Bailey and it's got the Mott.
Okay, so 2 points. We've got the Bailey, Mott, Bailey. Okay, 2 points. Cool. Diagrammed. Woo, we're on it.
So the Bailey is this place that has the village, right? This is where...
Okay, the village.
People farm. There's a lot of living space here. This is the place where you want to be.
Okay, the place you want to be. Space. It's pleasant. Okay, it's pleasant. It's pleasant. But he didn't say the word pleasant, so let's keep it this way.
And you want to live in the Bailey. Unfortunately, you have invaders. You have people that...
Okay, then you have invaders. Would you put that as an extra? Let him finish.
Don't like your way of life. So when they attack you, you go all the way back up into the Mott.
Okay, so when attacked, we go to the Mott, yeah. Okay, invaders, when invaders attack, we go up here. When invaders attack, villagers go here, people go here. Invaders are people who disagree with us. Okay.
But the Mott isn't the place where you want to live. The Mott is constrained. You can't farm there. There's not going to be enough food.
Okay. Mott is the place that we don't want to be. Mott is constrained. No food. It's not where you want to be. It's safe, but it's not where you want to be.
So you want to live in the Bailey. So how does it work? Well, the attackers come in, you go to the Mott, and when the attackers leave, you go back into the Bailey.
Yeah, please, is this the one week? I hope it's this one. I don't know if he did maybe a live stream where he went do in the live stream and didn't do it in the video. Let's see.
So what do I mean by this? Like, how does, like, what is the practical application? Well, think about it this way. You have an...
Attack the Mott, forget the Bailey. But the thing is, they don't, if you agree with the Mott, you're supposed to agree with the Bailey as well. They try and make that connection as well.
Idea. It's like, how does, like, leave, you go back into the Bailey. So what do I mean by this?
So, like, caring about the rights of gay people should mean that I want. It depends on who you are. Who the mot is and what the mot is and what the Bailey is depends on who you are. Anyway, okay, let's just go through the video. Okay, don't try and make sense. Just don't try and make good points. Just listen to V.
It's like, how does, like, what is the practical application? Well, think about it this way: you have an idea.
Okay, so let's hold on.
And when the attackers leave, you go back into the Bailey.
Okay, so when the attackers leave, you go back to the Bailey. Come back to the Bailey, to this, when attackers leave. Okay, cool. So he does this. This is how it works. And I don't know if I want to, I want to divide this into metaphor. Okay, so the mot, or not practical, like actual, I don't know, actual basis. What do I want to, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that this is his illustration. Okay, illustration. Shippy! That boy might be the nerdiest I've ever heard. Have you never heard V's voice? You poor child. I love it. Shipper! Yeah. Rights are for peasants.
So what do I mean by this? Like, how does, like, what is the practical application?
Okay, so there, if I go illustration, practical application. And I'll still do the mot and Bailey. Bailey. Okay. Okay.
Well, think about it this way. You have an idea, right? And the idea has 2 points. It has a point that is indefensible. Like, no one is going to defend this. Everyone is going to...
Okay. I guess practical application should have then idea. And we go mot and Bailey. So it's he starts off with the Bailey and he's doing it. Yeah, I'm keeping it in mot and Bailey order. So Bailey is, am I going to break it down? Yeah, I broke it down in this previous one. So Bailey is the indefensible point of your arguments. Okay, so that would be, I guess he's going to use it. We don't need to come up with it. He gave us this video, so this diagram.
To ridicule and mock it, and then you have like the mot, which
okay. So wait, I'm just going to say point of your argument. People will ridicule this position. Okay, so it's easy. It's going to burn.
Just the same idea, but this is very defensible. Like, it's just no one is going to disagree with it, right?
Same idea. Defensible. Okay, defensible part of the argument. Point of your argument. No one will disagree with this. No one will disagree. Usually it's no one will disagree with this. No one in their right mind will disagree with it. But then you do get contrarians who know that you're mot and Baileying, so they just disagree with the Bailey. Like, they go all the way there. Instead of saying you're mot and Bailing me, go back to our first video we looked at today and make the person restate what it is they're disagreeing with you about. The mot and Bailey does not work when you actually make somebody stick to the argument they originally came through from. I guess people say if you accept the mot, you got to accept the Bailey. Then we have an argument there. We got to try and say the if and if then over there. That mechanism doesn't work. That's the argument you can then have with someone. But yeah, that framework we looked at. I'm glad we did that video first. It's actually really cool the way there's a through line for each from that video to both of these 2 videos we did.
So when the critics are coming, when the critics are criticizing your ideology, you go all the way into the keep. You go into the map.
Come on, V. Do. Come on.
When the critics are gone, you go all the way back there. So
Oh, it must have been the live stream.
let's take away. So when the critics are coming, when the critics are criticizing your ideology, you go all the way into the keep. You go into the map. When the critics are gone, you go all the way back there. So let's take.
Okay, so. Okay, so Mott, no one will disagree with this. Again, when critics leave, inhabit this. When critics are present, inhabit this part of the argument. This is the goalpost switching that happens as a debate tactic, which it's not an honest debate tactic. It's a shenanigan.
Take a practical example. Let's take the example of feminism. What is feminism?
Okay, practical example. Okay, example. I wonder if I did it in a completely different section in the original diagram. Okay, so example, feminism. Okay, and we've got the Mott and Bailey. Let's do the Mott. Bailey. Okay. Is this where the mop and bucket idea came from with Sitch and Adam? You got an alt account or a wife, dildo. What? Okay. Mott, example, feminism.
Mott and Bailey. Well, the defensible part of feminism that no one is going to disagree with is that a liberal society should have equality between its citizens, right? So,
okay, the Mott. A liberal society should have equality between its citizens. Your feminism has no power here. Be gone, foul demons. AJP, oh yeah, AJW, sorry, accused them of mop and bucketing. Okay, actual Justice Warrior did that. He's the one, so then they got mop and bucketing. Okay. Bucket for slop arguments. Liberal society is the issue, V. Oh, okay. But this is he's just called it liberal society as in what liberalism used to mean, right? You think of Foxroo being sad that we're using shit lib as a term these days because being liberal didn't mean being leftist initially. Okay, so
like a feminist will say that they want equality between men and women.
Okay, citizens, we want equality between men and women. Okay?
So every single time they're going to get Jordan Peterson or they're going to have like someone that's criticizing their ideology.
I just love him so much.
They go all the way to the keep. It's like, oh, we just.
So when they go to the keep, when they inhabit this argument, use this argument when Jordan Peterson. Now remember, this was years ago, guys, as well, when Jordan said it needs to be reclaimed. Yes, darling, it must. So that's why liberal, as V is using it here. Okay, use this argument when Jordan Peterson attacks them or criticizes them. No, it's just remember the so you're saying that was one of the most famous videos. Not at this time; it was already old by this time.
Just want equality.
Oh, we just want equality.
Equality, right? And when Jordan Peterson leaves, they go into the Bailey hashtag. All men are rapists. Hashtag
in the Bailey. Okay, when Jordan Peterson leaves. use these points. Okay, hashtag rape. What? Hashtag all men rapers. What?
Air conditioners are sexist.
Air conditioners. Oh, okay. Air conditioners are six. Okay, this will be in one block. Air conditioners are sexist. Okay.
It's the hashtag. If you disagree with
hashtag cuts himself off.
Hillary Clinton, you're a misogynistic pig.
I just love the way he says he says words, okay? Misogynistic.
Jordan Peterson comes back.
Yeah, he made the noise.
Jordan Peterson comes back. Just one.
Okay, I know I just joined, but what the fuck is happening? Okay, so what we've done today in today's stream, you're late, is we are 6 months ago, before you even knew I existed, I diagrammed 3 videos that were of 10-minute length. And the point was to diagram them a month later and see if the diagrams were consistent. So we've done 2 videos today. The first video was debate tactics, like debate tactics as explained by a debate champion, and he gives us a framework for having debates and things like that. So it was a very, very valuable, nice, structured video. Then these were just random topics that I came up with at the time. Then we did video 2, which is postmodernism by Armored Skeptic. So it's also an old video, and that's what we diagrammed here. So basically, we're just re-diagramming the same videos that I did a few months ago to see if I can keep it consistent. So right now we're just on the last one, which is video 3, Moth and Bailey. I also I remember when I watched this, I was like, oh, this would be nice and fun to diagram. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. We are on V's video now. The overarching ideology of the Western countries is liberalism. Both left-wingers and right-wingers are liberals until they aren't. Exactly, until they aren't. But the thing is, we call them shit libs and libtards and things like that because they claimed the liberal label, and then we started using it, of course. And instead of going no, and they started calling us the fascists and the this and the that. So they started mischaracterizing us. Okay, is this a test of your general worldview on the impact of chat on your worldview, or both? It could be both. It's just that could be a part of the variables. All I'm looking at is how different each of the diagrams are, and then we can have a discussion about what we think influence the differences. The reason I started or wanted to do the consistency test was, if there's value in my diagramming, there must be some sort of consistency, because I need to be applying some sort of thought mechanism, and if I'm diagramming something, the idea should translate to me consistently, right? If I have used the diagram to understand an idea, then the second diagram that I go run back to should be similar. I don't expect them to be absolutely the same, because often when I get to a branch or a certain thing, when I'm diagramming something, I'm like, oh, I could move this here, and I could break this down in this way and that way. So there are many ways you can actually break something down, but I would at least hope that the parts that I include are the same. So that's what we're looking at. You with me? Cool. And yeah, and obviously the chat at the time would have influenced parts of the diagram, as they usually do. I don't know if I included people's comments in the previous diagram, so I should have really written down the conditions of the first round. But either way, I think it's close enough. Not all parts have equal importance. Yeah, but at the time I give certain parts equal importance, certain importance, and then at a different time maybe I'll give different parts different levels. So that's what we were looking at, which is quite cool and fascinating. I was very tempted once we had done one diagram to go and look at all the others, but yeah, let's keep it here. Let's finish the V1. Okay, all men are rapists, air conditioners are sexist, and then they run. When Jordan Peterson leaves, use these points. Okay, so you explained
The
that.
equality between men and comes back. Just want equality between men and women. Just want equality.
Okay, then when Jordan Peterson returns, go back to the mods. Okay, I'll do that, yeah. Okay. Like even these sort of things, did I use these sort of connections? All of those sort of questions will be somewhat answered.
Jordan Peterson goes away all the way back.
Literally, he did it.
Bailey.
No, he didn't. He didn't do the do. Goalpost moved. Yeah, exactly.
Girl. A single accusation means that the person has to be fired. If you
Mattress girl.
Mattress girl. A single accusation means that the person has to be fired. If you
Okay. This is just him giving us more examples. Mattress girl. One accusation equals firing. Okay.
Defend the person that we're accusing and we're trying to fire them. You're a rape apologist. We live in a cisgender heteronormative patriarchy. Jordan Peterson comes back all the way back into the game. We just want equality.
We live in a heteronormative. All of the mumbo jumbo. I think it's just it's fun. We live in a heteronormative. Patriarchy. And then Jordan Peterson comes and we live. Okay.
And it doesn't always have to be ideas. It can even be institutions.
Okay, it doesn't always have to be, I don't remember this part. It doesn't always have to be ideas, it could be institutions. Okay, so ideas. With ideas. Okay, that's with ideas. I'll go here. Example, feminism, then we'll go institutions. Okay, cool. Why you cry? Why you cry, Dildo? I strongly disagree, but that's a very funny statement to drop as a general opinion. Well, no, well, that's I mean, that some people have that. They have this proper anti-male thing, clamsplaining. Am I clamsplaining? The hegemony of whiteness must be destroyed. Okay, go.
VADL.
Okay, so it happens with. Sorry, hold on. We do the Mott Bailey. Okay. The ADL, tell me.
Can I criticize the ADL on YouTube? Will I be stunning and brave? Is there anything negative you can say about the? Are they above criticism? They're usually.
Well, he does criticize them. Sorry, I had a stroke. He's not. He's using these as his examples. Don't worry. He's not with them. He just knows their words.
The ones criticizing, do they get criticized in return? Anyway, I noticed the tactic that they're using, right?
Okay.
Like they go down into the Bailey.
Yay!
And they're in the Bailey where they're
You want the do though.
Live, and they're like the okay sign is racismus, milk.
Okay. So institutions, example ADL, okay? I think it's did he say ADL, right?
Yeah, the tactic was criticized. Can say about the are they above stunning and brave?
Yeah.
Is there anything negative you can say about the are they above criticism?
Okay.
They're usually the ones criticizing, right? Like they go down into the Bailey, and they're in the Bailey where they want to live, and they're like the
okay in the Bailey. Hold on.
okay sign is racism.
The okay sign is racismus. Okay. Is racismus. I hope that in my previous diagram I used racismus, the term racismus instead of racism, because that's what you use when you're diagramming V. You use the real term, racismus. Okay. The okay sign is racismus.
Racismus. Milk is racismus.
Milk is racismus. Like the Latin words for all of these things is Latin, the Latin communication. The okay sign, this must be old. Yeah, this let's see the year of this is it was only a year ago. Okay, so
Pepe the Frog.
oh Pepe. Pepe the frog is hate.
Symbol of racismus.
Oh, symbol of racismus is symbol of racismus. Sorry guys, I'm so Latin very current, yes. I'm so easily entertained by this man. Okay.
You have Elon Musk coming all the way back into the.
Oh, a year ago, Elon Musk comes. So Elon Musk comes along. Okay, retreat to Mott when Elon comes. Okay, this is Elon Musk a year ago or whatever. We don't even have Doge on the radar. Okay. Okay. EDL would be the basic take. I don't know who this is. I'm assuming he learned to breathe and talk through his nose during locker time. I don't think he was. Yeah, he was bullied a little bit, I think. I don't know. Anyway.
The keep. We're just an organization that is concerned about anti-Semitism.
Okay. Okay, so they go over here. We're just an organization concerned about anti-Semitism. Okay, that's who we are. So you're attacking the anti-Semite, you're attacking the defenders of the Jewish people if you're attacking them. Okay.
We are a serious organization. We have prestige. We do. Elon Musk leaves all the way back into the Bailey. We are very concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism on Twitter, and it's everywhere. No, we can't give examples. Hashtag trust me, bro. We probably found a lot of.
Oh, it got much worse after this V.
Pepes. Elon Musk comes back. It's like all the way back into the keep. Let's see.
Okay.
Can we think of any other examples?
Yes. Daisy's back, guys, in case you haven't noticed.
Bud Light. Oh, I love Bud Light, right?
Okay. So Bud Light, institutions ADL, institutions Bud Light. Okay. I think he's simplifying the thing of just, okay, we have to jump from one application of our argument to another. Okay, so Bud Light, institutions, retreat to when Elon Musk comes. Go back to complaining about Twitter when Elon leaves. Okay. Institutions. Bud Light. Okay. RIP Bud Light.
They go down into the bay.
There it is. We had
listen,
we had the bub, not the do, but I'm happy with the bub.
Bud Light. Oh, I love Bud Light, right?
I think it will be great if I have, and I probably said this 6 months ago, but if anyone ever Martin Bailey's on my channel, we get this clip. Martin Bailey clip. And Bailey, so this is my homework, guys. Clip. What it is at 4 minutes 28 on V's video. So that if anyone ever does a Martin Bailey or whatever, when we're having an argument, you can just go.
Bud Light. Oh, I love Bud Light.
Pop, pop,
Right?
pop.
Customers are down into the Bailey.
That's what I want. Pop, 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 down into the Bailey.
Our customers are fratty.
Oh, that must have really upset you guys. That squeaky voice. But that's him making a squeaky voice to make fun of people, okay? Mart. Bailey. Oh, Josie, so much love. Okay, our customers are fratty. Fratty. Just time it when their jaws are closed.
Out of touch.
You guys enjoying V's voice? If you're not used to it, you probably. Hey, Louise. Morning, Kitty. Miss Thinkers with the new time, but watching it on catch up. I'm so sorry, Louise. Yeah, changing the time it's probably gonna do not the best things for the numbers, but yeah, it's just we had to do it. I hope that you can find some time. I'm glad that you're catching up, but we do miss you in live chat. I think you did say hi the last one, but that's it. Daisy has taken my stuff. V is an effective alarm clock. No, he puts me to sleep sometimes. Not because he's boring, but like he's soothing to me. Okay, Daisy, get off my headphones. She's sitting on them. We'll be listening. Okay. Is this group discarded? I'm worried I missed something and Kitty is making sense. No, he's explaining retarded people. Maybe that's what you're picking up on. He's not he just sounds this way because that's just the way he sounds and he owns it. He just has a voice like that. And I do. I'll help with the catch-up numbers, but I get it. You have accommodate the members. Not well, it's mostly accommodating my husband and me. So but the members, it helps a little bit, some of them. So, yeah, it's just his voice that's grating. And well, you can slow it down, speed it up. I don't know. Just the point is, if you go past the voice or you enjoy the voice, you'll have a great time with V. If you're not subscribed to him, what's wrong with you?
They get criticism all the way.
There's the do. Yeah.
Back into the keep. Oh my god. They get criticism. Touch. They get criticism all the way back into the keep. Oh my god, the transphobes are everywhere. They're everywhere. Like we're just a company that's trying.
Okay, so if when they get criticism, go into the Bailey when criticized. I mean the Mott. When criticized, go to Mott. Okay, and then we have the you over here. Yes, Daisy do. Oh, Daisy's just wanting so much love, guys. She's too much. She's too much. Okay. 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 You can see all her fur on my black shirt. I don't care. The squeaky V gets the grease. Exactly. Okay, so we go to Mart. Customers are frightened and out of touch. Everybody is look at all the transphobes. Look at all the transphobes. Daisy? Okay, she's done. Voice needs work. No, it doesn't. It's perfect.
To sell beer. Why has this befallen?
Why has this befallen me? I love you. See the accent as well. Just okay. So look at all the transphobes. We're just trying to sell beer. Why has this befallen me? I'm sorry. I want to include that. Why has this befallen us? listen to him.
Oh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Like, we're just a company that's trying to sell beer. Why has this befallen upon us? I predict.
It's not his first language. He's Romanian. So he's English second language.
That the next Star Wars movie is going to be the same. Like, the next Star Wars movie is going to be down into the Bailey, and you have the director. My job is to make men feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so he does a Star Wars. That's still, yeah, okay, it's not ideas, institutions, but light institutions or IPs, Disney. Okay. I wonder if I did all of these, if I included all of these in my diagram. So, because they're all illustrations, but, oh, Daisy, my watch says I'm a stand, but you're on top of me. Uh-oh. Okay, Disney, institutions, Disney. We've got the Mart, Bailey. I mean, it's not necessary to diagram absolutely all of them. It would be okay to just list them, but both the Mart and Bailey need a Genghis Khan treatment. It's the only way, I suppose. That's what that. And if you agree, if you don't let them move this, well, what if you are okay with the Mart? You're okay with it. That's why you would agree with it. But this, you know what you need to do is break the staircase or whatever, the path from Mott to Bailey. That is what I would break up. That's what I would give the Genghis Khan treatment. Burn shit down. Mott, institutions, Disney. My job is to make men uncomfortable. Okay. Okay, and then I think he was talking about Star Wars, introduced Disney and Star Wars. I think at the time it might have been like one of the shows or something was out at this time, so that's why he's talking about it.
I want to put my activism into every single movie. And then they get criticized, back into the keep. Oh, these racist bigots, I didn't do it.
Back into the keep. Racist bigots. Okay. I don't know if V actually gives us like ways to fight against it. He's just talking about how it works.
Anything. I didn't do anything. It's just that I happen to be a woman. And it's like so tiresome, right? And by the way, this tactic was used during the pandemic to such frequency that...
Okay, so tiresome.
A woman, and it's like so tiresome, right? And by the way, this tactic was used during the pandemic to such frequency that it became comical, right? So, like, what was the keep in the pandemic? Well,
okay, so pandemic. This is quite cool because we're in like 5 years, aren't we? 5 years post-pandemic, post-lockdown, first lockdown. Institutions. Pandemic. That was the CDC or what?
Keep was the science, right?
Okay, pandemic. During pandemic. Okay, so Mott. Bailey. Okay, what's the Mott and what's the Bailey?
So if you're an anti-vaxxer, then you're against the science. Like this.
Okay, anti-vaxxers against the science. So the Mott is the science. If you're against... the science is the truth. Vaccine is the truth. Okay, is the best. Okay, and trust the science. Okay, and then Bailey would be lockdown.
This is the strong argument. This is what they use to defend it. And what is the Bailey? Well, the Bailey seems to be that you have an eviction moratorium now.
Yeah. Okay. So Bailey eviction moratorium, things that you can't. Eviction moratorium. Mm-hmm.
If you try to kick the people that don't pay you rent, you can't do that because the CDC says that there's COVID outside, and if they go out, they coof. However, the banks can foreclose on you because I assume that's also what the science teaches.
But the bank can, okay, moratorium. Okay, so that whole thing, cool. Eviction moratorium, can't evict people during COVID, but the bank can foreclose. Okay, cool. Get it.
Right? And you have like all these government mandates in various countries where apparently the virus is more active during the night because
government mandates. Well, this is why you get that argument that we had before, the surrounded. That's why people get so worked up and they go looking for more arguments against vaccines, the effectiveness of vaccines in general, because of all the Bailey arguments. So they go in here and they attack the MOT completely, as opposed to going, hold on, your connection between these two is something we should maybe look at. Is this really the best implementation of those above points? Okay, so like a lot of the time they're related points. They're not the one stems off from the other. It's not that because they have to be related. They have to have this connecting line. Otherwise, they're not effective. They're not going to work. If you can't get from the MOT to the Bailey and the Bailey to the MOT, then it's not going to work. But that's what you need to do, is attack that connection.
It's like during the night you weren't allowed to go out, but during the day you could.
Okay, so just the lockdowns, eviction moratorium, curfews.
Go to a BLM march, but you couldn't go to your job because you.
Yeah, curfews. Okay. BLM riots. Okay. Exception. Okay.
Or consider not essential. Stay at home. Stay safe. And if you criticize it, if the critics pop up, all the way back into the keep. Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah.
Hold on a little bit. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not saying the vaccine is complete. You're an anti-vaxxer. So it actually wasn't even vaccine is the best. It's science is the truth. And if you disagree here, so when you disagree, science is the truth. When criticized, just anyone against this. So when criticized is criticized. Equals anti-vaxxer. Like, that's the thing. Anti-vaxxers became synonymous with anti-COVID measures and people that distrusted what happened with COVID. They then became anti-vaxxers to the point where they're now thinking it's autism. Well, we were labeled that way, at least. But the thing is, when we go and look, and I love that these videos just all go, they actually relate back to things that we are currently doing on the channel, that surrounded debates about vaccines. There are people that did absorb that anti-vaxxer vaccine thing. Okay, they said, I am anti-vaccine. I don't trust the science. I don't trust any of this. So therefore, I'm going to also not trust all the previous vaccines. They also give autism and things like that. And I would really like to know if the people that were on that panel or that were attacking Dr. Mark, I would like to know when they became so aware of being their anti-vax sentiment. Like, when did they decide that, a measles vaccine is going to give their child autism? Did they do that after COVID or before? Be interesting.
saying that. All I'm saying is that the government measures don't make sense. No, I mean,
all I'm saying is the government measures don't make sense, is what people are trying to say in their own argument. But then they go and the Bailey. Oh, the Bailey is where they're pushing, and then when you go and try and attack the Bailey, you're on your own. You have your own idea. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I almost got myself turned around.
This was literally something used in Australia. I think like the Prime Minister of Australia at the time admitted that even if you have vaccinated, you took the Pfizer communion, and even if like you're respecting all of that, if you disagree with the government mandates, they will call you an anti-vaxxer.
So even if you took, that's the thing. Like even if you took the vaccine, you were called an anti-vaxxer because you disagreed with the mandates. So if you had a conscientious thing of, I must disagree with the mandates, that was akin to being an anti-vaxxer. But this labeling is very active as opposed to defensive. So the Martin Bailey, the Mott is supposed to be a defensive position, but I guess it's a place that you can start hurling balls of fire out at people from. We got locked the fuck up for a month. Yeah, we got locked the fuck up for a while. It's just 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It was just 2. We flattened that curve so much, guys.
And I'm like, oh, but hold on a little bit. Like, how does that?
Seriously, again, we weren't allowed to buy open-toe shoes because COVID,
Doesn't make any sense. Like, how is it logical that a person who does take the communion is against the communion? Does that make any sense? Apparently it did, because this was the tactic that was being used the most.
Okay, so the Martin Bailey, okay, because it's even people that have been vaccinated who are against. I'm going to put this here as well, just be the mandates. That have been vaccinated who are against the mandates are the enemy. So there's a lot of dynamics that's actually going on between the Martin Bailey and the attackers. I think it would be nice to have the attackers diagrammed as well. But I guess we're focusing on the different positions that people take. So that's why we're doing Martin Bailey in that way. State was marking dogs in Aussie land. What was the marking in Aussie? No, in the States it was.
That Bailey tactic. It's so effective. And I think it's effective as long as people do not know the definitions.
Okay, so it's effective. He says it was prevalent, so it's effective. Effective technique. Let's go back a little.
I think it's effective as long as people do not know the definitions.
Okay, as long as people don't know the definitions. Let's see where he goes with this. So if nobody can identify the points.
And they assume that the speaker is coming from a position of honesty.
They don't know the definitions. Okay. I'll say when people, and I suppose the definitions is in don't know, they don't know what we're arguing about, what the positions are. And he goes, when people believe the speaker is coming from a position of honesty.
And they're charitable. But the reality is that this is a very difficult to debunk strategy, right? Like even if you know what the speaker is doing, like even if you're fully aware, if you're in public.
Okay, it's hard to debunk. Debunk is how you say it. Debunk. even if the speaker, if you know, but you did say people when people don't know the definition, but even if you do, okay, even if you do know the definitions, if you do know what the speaker is doing, it's difficult. Okay, why is it difficult? Tell us, V.
Public, if you're in front of an audience and the audience doesn't know the difference between the Mott and Bailey, it's very difficult to debunk.
Speakers doing it's difficult. Audience often doesn't know. Yeah, it's very hard to debunk, as in it's very hard to get your opponent to stop doing it. So when he says know the definitions, this is his second language coming out. Know the difference between which is Mott and which is Bailey. Okay, debunking is so last decade. This decade is all about the Genghis Khaning. Okay, Tilda.
It's almost impossible. And
it's impossible when your opponent's full of shit.
Then
we stop.
The way that I think this can be fought is if right-wingers would create their own Motts and Baileys.
Okay, I forgot this, that he said no. The only way you can fight. I don't agree with him on this. Kitty should dress up like a cartoon witch for Halloween. Green skin, big hat, broom. She has the look. Okay. Do I look wicked? I've got the look with the nose. I get it. I thought right wingers. So he thinks it's hard to debunk. So he recommends right wingers should use their own Mott and Bailey. I don't know. I think I'm not okay with that. But I understand what he means. It's when you need to use the shitty tactics that your opponent uses.
I don't think like you can debunk someone in front of a group of people that has no idea that the speaker is saying one thing but they're meaning another. That they're just trying to use the keep in order to defend the argument, right? Like, for example, with feminism. Like they will only say that feminism is about equality between men and women, when in reality, what they do is like they go online and they hashtag yes all men and all the other vile stuff. It's like air conditioners are sexist and other nonsense, right? Because again, like you're criticizing that, and they will be like, well, why are you criticizing feminism? Like, so you don't like equality between men and women? It's like, well, I do like it under the law, but I don't think air conditioners are sexist. They say, well, what are you talking about? Like that's ridiculous. Yeah, of course, like that person doesn't believe in it. Anyway, do let me know what you guys think, and hopefully you found.
Yeah, I don't think I don't agree with that, but that's what he said. Right wingers should use their own Mott and Bailey, and then he doesn't give us. Unfortunately, he doesn't give us right wingers. Doesn't give us some right wing Mott and Baileys that we should counter. So yeah, it's incomplete that way. Isn't a lot of the disagreement just semantics? Well, Creamage, that is a great thing, because when we come back to our video 1, which I enjoyed the first time I diagrammed it, but now I'm really, really enjoying it, because it says basically that every disagreement should start with agreement. You need to agree on the parts that you're talking about. So basically Sitch's law, that whole thing, it's supposed to use that idea of Sitch's law to say, okay, cool, make everybody sit down and decide what their argument is, and they have to stick to it. But Mott and Baileying starts happening when people say, this is my definition, and this is my definition. No, this is my definition. No, the goalpost moving. That's then eventually you got to actually ask yourself, are we this question comes up. Are we aligned enough? Are we trying to get the same thing out of this conversation? Are we both in it in good faith? No. What's the point? But V's thing is, don't go. Fine. If your opponent is against your opponent is being bad faith, you be bad faith back. Whereas I would be like, I would still want to. I suppose that's why I would land up, I suppose, looking bad to the audience, but looking good to one or two people that understood me. But he's saying no, rather go for the optic win. I think that's another thing we could say here is go for the optic win. The optics win. Use this. I'll put that as my my interpretation. I'll have to put it as yellow. Go for the optic win. The optic win by using bad tactics, using dishonest. I think you need to have the patience to sit and make someone get to their to what they are claiming. Make them stick to what they're claiming. Where do we get my feel? And we'll go yellow. There you go. Optic wins are worth roughly what they are on the internet. Nobody has learned anything, but people are angry. Congrats. Yeah, we got all the engagement. Woohoo! Only optics I care about are the ones in my long gun. Very cool, Dildo. Don't mess with Dildo. You don't need your Ottoman and Martin Bailey. You just need a bigger cannon. This is known. You know, my thing, I don't know if it was the same takeaway previously, is that you need to break the connection between the Mott and the Bailey. You could be like this over here, I agree with, but we both agree on it. We are disagreeing on that thing. That needs to be defended all on its own. Break the connection. You don't get to come in you defend your Mott against people that are trying to come to you. Like you've got two villages, right? And the one village gets your protection, but the other one doesn't, because the other one is being disingenuous, I suppose. So, yeah, that is it. Well done. Thank you so much. We did it. 4 hours, under 4 hours, and we did the 3 diagrams that I had done before. Now what remains is to look at the differences and similarities between the two. I will just see with you guys now if the link is working. Okay, so let's save this. I mean, it does autosave. But break the connection with a giant cannon. Exactly, Dildo. I don't mind that. I don't necessarily disagree with optics win idea, although it's ethically bad. Someone keeps bringing a gun to a knife fight. Eventually, you have to bring a gun too. That is a good point, Creamage. That is true. Eventually, I think you need to start using. You can start using your sassy words to get the person to leave the conversation, because it's not worth it. I think you can be that. You don't even need to be ethical. You can just be, hey, you're a toss. Okay. This is not worth it's not worth interacting with you. But yeah, it's easy to say in hindsight, oh, this is how we're supposed to approach life. Sure, that's how we do it. Okay, let us let's see, stop sharing that. Let's go back to webcam only while I work around with this. Sorry that you have to. And you know what, guys? I am thinking of another thing we could do is we could then make AI diagram these videos and see what they do with it. But that's the second one. That's round 3. A toss. You're getting British as hell. There's lots of Brits here. I think some South Africans use the word toss. No, not that. Oopsie. Where is it? I've got to go to my YouTube studio and get it. Let me load this huge ball in you, ship. Oh, Jesus. Okay, content, let us, what is it? Consistency test. 6 months ago. Consistency test, 18th of September 2024. No, I'm not looking for comments. I'm looking for videos. Okay, thank you. Daisy, you guys almost saw her butthole. Okay, so there is the link. I've got the link for... Hi, Didi. Please be working. Consistency test. Yes, it's loading, guys. It's loading. Okay, so let's have a quick... I'll give you a quick view of, just to remind you that I did diagram these things. I'm not going to go away and re-diagram them and fake my test results, basically. So just hang in there. Okay. That's what I'm currently looking at. Video Martin Bailey. That's our previous one. But here is the new one. Video details. What's new? No, that's not what I want. Get that out. That out. Now, will you please show video 2, Martin Bailey? No, you take that out. No. Sorry, guys. Okay. Now, Daisy, it should work. What? I opened it. Okay, there. Is it here? It's in here. Sorry, guys. You guys get to see my StreamYard again. There it is. There it is. Okay. Let me see where you guys are. Please tell me it's changed. For fuck's sake. There we go. Now we're on a different YouTube altogether. Fucking StreamYards. I mean, OBS. There we go. Diagram, everything, consistency test. This one? No. No, that's round 2. That's not what I want. Where are we? What window are you fucking... Just hold on. Let's just do it this way. Okay. Let's just do it this way. Okay. There we go. I'll share it to you like this. Okay. Where is the fucking window so I can open it bigger? There we go. You see, we did diagram previously. Consistency test. Both Seo's approach to arguments. So that's diagram 1. Where is my other Xmind? Fuck's sake. Yeah. So that one is here. See, video 1. Debate tactics. That's what I called it. Obviously, you can see the difference now, right? And then that's that. Cool. Do I have... How do I go to the other pages here? Is this all I have? There we go. 2. What is postmodernism? Okay, so we got that. This looks better than the video 2. So if we go over here, I'll show you video 2. Where are you? Here. Video 2 is here. Postmodernism. So do you guys see what I'm doing? This is the round 2 version, and that was the round 1 version. From the brush to the sea, Aranya is all I see. Afrikaanstism on screen. Rages in Afrikaan. Hey, zombie. Okay. Then our third one, sorry, is Martin Bailey. So let's see. Let's go to Martin Bailey. V explains Martin Bailey tactic. You can see I favored him because I gave him a screenshot and everything. Interesting. So that's what that previous one looked like. I'm not going to go into the difference, but I'm so jazzed because I was really scared that my old diagrams from 6 months ago would disappear somehow. So there's our current version of it. The other one certainly fit better. Right. So that's where we're at, what we're done with, and I can go and have lunch now. So what we're going to do tomorrow is do the comparison, I suppose. Or I do the comparison, I record the comparison myself and create a video for you. And then we stream the rest of the surrounded. I've got to figure that out. So yeah, the point is you got to stream today, boys. It's good. Have a nice life. Thank you for coming around, and just look out for the comparison thing, because the next level is comparing the two diagrams. Then after that, we'll then get AI to do it, and we'll compare again. So consistency test, or that won't be a consistency test. It'll be like AI versus Kitty, which, yeah, lovely stream. Thank you, Dildo. You made it very lovely. Everybody have a nice life. Say goodbye to Daisy. See you on my lap. Hi. See you say goodbye. Okay. Members, look out for my chicken pasta. Have a nice life. Bye. Go and subscribe, you shit.